Call the meeting to order. Margot, will you do a roll call for us, please?
Good morning. I'm going to do a roll call for our executive committee meeting. Committee chair, Mark Craig.
Here.
Committee vice chair, Lynn Zimmer.
Here.
John Coley. Wes Seegers. Tom Bailey. Lonnie Crump.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you can have a quorum.
Thank you. I know that Commissioner Bell was en route, stuck in traffic, so we'll go ahead and start these topics, but we won't call for a vote until they get here. So first up for business, Jason Connell to present CPIU license fee increase.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to begin where we left off, so to speak. I think the last topic that we discussed in our last CAL session was the CPIU license fee increase, and we're going to revisit that to kick off today's executive committee. And we'll start with a little bit of history. In 2014, we raised our fees for licenses based on legislative action. In 2019, we were able to raise our fees based on the legislative authority to allow us to increase those costs in accordance with the CPIU and to allow us to round up to the next whole dollar. We increased in 2020 a series of licenses, permits, and stamps legislatively. In July 1st of 2020, we implemented that CPIU increase and raised fees by about 6%. We then let those remain dormant until 2024. And our calculation at that time was about 18%. And we decided at that time that we wanted to revisit this increase about every other year. I'm going to stop here and point out two things before we move to the next page. The legislative authority that allows us to round up to the next whole dollar also requires us to begin our calculation at the point at which we last implemented our fee increase. And again, that was July 1 of 2024. When this subject was brought up at our last meeting, I had incorrectly used July 1 of 2023 as our starting point. July 1, 24 was when we last raised fees. July 1, 23 was when we went live on our Go Outdoors platform. So conflating those two dates, although it was a simple oversight, has a pretty profound impact on the revenue that we can expect to realize. That 1 year change in sliding our timeline now means that we're looking at a potential fee increase of around 3.4%. That would equate to roughly 1.5 million a year in WRC revenue. The per license increase that we would see could range from $1 to $41 on an annual license and anywhere from $1 to $67 on our lifetime licenses. We're also going to show here, and this will become, its relevance will become important on the next page, because of the combination privileges that we sell, where some revenue goes to the Division of Marine Fisheries as well, we'll have to take that into consideration because the total state impact is what's going to determine what regulatory thresholds we have to jump through. This graph will show you the trend of business as usual, the green line here, as opposed to the blue line, were we to implement this fee increase of 3.4% rounded up to the next whole dollar. We've got here, you want to address the comparison with the Southeast?
I'm gonna hop in here. So every time we do a license fee increase, we get the question, what are other states doing? And we always answer that with, well, it's really hard to say. And it is because not all states do licensing the same way. And not all licenses carry the same privileges. And that's what's really difficult. But we did look at the Southeast states again, and we came up with 4 annual resident licenses that are at least called the same thing as our licenses, and then a few lifetime resident licenses to compare our prices to. And our fees are on the far left. So like I said, not all licenses carry the same privileges. So for example, if you wanted to hunt squirrel on a game land in North Carolina, you can get a basic hunting license and do that because our hunting license allows you access to game lands. If you wanted to hunt squirrel on a game land in Florida, you're going to need a hunting license, and that's $17, but you'll also have to get a wildlife management area license, which is an additional $26.50, right? Which is kind of like our game land license, but we don't require you to have a game land license. So you can hunt here for $30. You can hunt in Florida for $43.50. That's kind of what it boils down to. Same thing with something like trout fishing. If you want to go trout fishing in North Carolina, you get a basic freshwater fishing license. It's $30. You want to go trout fishing in Georgia, you get your fishing license for $15, but you also need a trout license for $10. So the licenses are called the same things. They don't carry the same privileges, but it's what we can do in terms of a comparison. And some states don't even have these. That's where it says no comp. There's no comparable license in that state. Lifetime resident licenses have a little bit of a different caveat to them. And that mostly has to do with the age. So infants in North Carolina are under 1. In Tennessee, infants are under 3. And Tennessee and Florida both have toddler licenses. We don't have a toddler license. So we would consider that a youth. Youth in North Carolina are considered anyone ages 1 to 11. In Florida, youth are 5 to 12. In Tennessee, youth are 7 to 12. Seniors are kind of the same way. Nobody's age really starts at the same time. So while we have the same licenses, it doesn't apply to the same people. So we do have more detailed data. If you want to go more in depth to that, I would suggest talking to Lisa or Brian Daniels. They can help you out, figure out some of this stuff, but that's kind of the basic ones that we have that are kind of comparable.
Thank you. So one new regulatory hurdle that we have to jump through now as we consider these increases is the REINS Act. What that acronym stands for, Regulations from the Executive in Need of Scrutiny. And so what that means is if there's any financial impact, the slide says cost, but I think impact is perhaps a better way to phrase it, of 20 million or more over a 5-year period require ratification by the General Assembly. Now they've since modified that to insert different tiers, if you will. If the aggregate impact to the state, and again, that would include DMF revenue as well as WRC, were to exceed 1 million over a 5-year period, that's considered a substantial economic impact. If it were to be greater than 1 million, would require a vote of at least 2/3 of the commission. Were to it exceed 10 million over a 5-year period, would require unanimous vote to adopt. Our projections show that over the 5-year time frame, this 3.4% increase would come in just shy of that $10 million threshold. So it would require a 2/3 vote of the board. As we go down the road and continue to assess these every other year or so, it will quickly get to the point that we'll exceed that $10 million threshold, but that's not a consideration for this point in time. Yes, sir.
Who's here at a meeting, or is that vote
On the sitting commission? I don't know.
President voting at the time of adoption. So
just want to make sure that was
What? Go back and tell, I know I'm supposed to know this. We share with DMF on where and how much.
Don't know that we've got that breakdown for which specific license types. We've got some projections as to which slice of the pie would go to them over the next couple of years.
Unified licenses. 30,000. It's the unified licenses. I'm sure what the actual call is that they get, but it's the same as their regular license.
So it's based on us under the unified having the salt water in it.
Yes,
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions before we move into some other considerations? So because our federal appropriation is dependent upon our annual report of certified license holders, any reduction in license purchases as a result of a fee increase could stand to have an impact on our federal apportionment. license holders transitioning from annual to lifetime wouldn't have as much of an impact. But license holders that decide not to purchase or worse, decide to go to other states would absolutely have a detrimental impact on the federal share of revenue to be received.
Margo, please note that Commissioner Berry has joined and we now have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologize, all traffic. That early.
Before we get there, I'll just say that, the 2025, like Jason said, you know, the apportionment is based on the number of license holders that we have, and those are our certified license holders. So in fiscal year 2025, we had about 608,000 hunting license holders, and we had about 1.4 million fishing license holders. But the point is, the more licenses you sell, the safer your appropriate or your apportionment would be, right? Because it's dependent on that number. So earlier in the slides, Jason showed you the sales and revenue trends and projections. That was everything we sell and all of the revenue generated. This graph depicts the annual hunting, fishing, and trapping license sales and our revenue over the last 10 years. The red boxes are where we've done fee increases. But what this tells you is that while we are bringing in more revenue, we are selling fewer licenses than we have in the past 10 years. So a little bit deeper dive into some specific licenses, and this is a 20-year time period. Generally, hunting and fishing license sales have increased and combination sales have consistently declined. The box in the lower right is the percent change over 20 years. As for lifetime licenses, fishing license sales have declined and combination and hunting license sales have increased. But one thing to note here and why these two graphs are separated is because fishing license sales, while declining, we still sell about 10,000 of those a year in lifetime licenses. Hunting licenses have increased a lot, but we sell about 1,500 lifetime hunting licenses. So next we have some of our top selling licenses. The exact order of the next few slides, don't pay attention to that because the order of our top sellers changes a bit from year to year. So they're not necessarily in order, but our consistent top seller is the resident inland fishing license. Over the past 3 years, we've sold about 200,000 of those a year. The resident sportsman's license is one of our top sellers despite its continual decline in sales over the past 20 years, and we sold about 73,000 of those in this week. Next, we've got some unified licenses. So the unified inland Pruffle has had tremendous growth in sales since COVID. Right now, we're selling about 90,000 of those a year. The resident unified sportsman Pruffle in fiscal year 25, we sold about 31,000. So the top sellers for non-resident licenses are our short-term 10-day inland fishing license and the annual non-resident fishing license. The 10-day, it's an $11 license. We sold about 50,000 of those in fiscal year 25. And for the annual non-resident, we sold about 32,000. So, you know, this is something we consider when projecting the sales and revenue for license fee change. We take this into consideration. It's important because increasing your fee can impact your sales. And so we just wanted to give you an idea of what sales look like over the past 2 years or so. Any questions?
This is, I guess, more of a reference to the license fee increase. Just want to just double check. That's looking back, we're following inflation, right? And that's a retroactive look. So as long as the inflation keeps going, we'll still be behind inflation because when we, if that's voted on and passed, that's looking back, not to present day, right?
That's a very good point. Our goal here is never to beat or even keep up with inflation. It's just to minimize its impact.
This isn't exactly on target, but I'm curious, having heard the numbers and knowing that our overall sales and license have declined over the past 10 years, are there states where the license sales have increased? I'm not sure. Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
It's a good point. Are the decrease in sales due to people foregoing a license because it's getting too expensive, or is it really based on cultural changes that have nothing to do with the cost?
Or
Other states may have data that help inform
Or
that.
is it because they don't perceive there are opportunities here there are in other states?
It's hard to isolate reason. I mean, there's a time. Your reason people buy licenses. Your economic situation could be a reason to buy licenses.
10 years a trend. That's not a kind of thing. It's 10 years, something is changing and public is reacting to it. That's telling me, I don't know.
Let me say this, in 2021, 2020 and 2021, we had record sales, but there was
There's a good reason for that.
Yeah,
And it was a spike, and that's an indication of a
so
reaction to an.
it's obvious there.
Guys, at the end of the day, if $30, it can't be price driven. Because that's the cheapest part of hunting or fishing. There's not a rod and reel you're gonna buy that's not $30. There's not I mean, these guys are taking $10 bags of corn and throwing them on the ground. They might as well strike a match to a $10 bill. I mean, if you really put the price of deer meat versus the price of beef, you can go buy a cow cheaper than you can go deer hunting, so. I mean, it can't be the $30.
That's right.
In my opinion. Now,
I agree.
there may be one in a gazillion that says I can't afford to do this. But you've got to vote, the gas is costing more than $30.
100%.
So I got to believe that just people aren't hunting and fishing, not that it's price driven because the license is the cheapest part of a hunting or fishing.
I agree with that, especially with population growth. I mean, over that 10 years, think about how many people we've added and for the numbers to go down, it seems that they would have to be cultural.
Yeah, there's a change in perceived opportunity, because there seem to be a lot of people hunting in other states that don't have the population we have. I think that's.
Okay, looking back, we've seen a drop in resident sportsman license, right? Do you think that corresponds with the fact that we dropped the price of lifetime licenses 55, that folks who were converting over to that lifetime license at a reduced rate at 55? You think that accounts for part of that?
We've done some analysis. People who buy 50+ license and buyers.
So that makes perfect sense there. And so we've driven them from not necessarily buying a resident sportsman license every year to being able to count that hunting license towards our federal apportionment every year now until age 80. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know.
But it does allow us to continue to count them until they age out.
I mean, so that's kind of offset, actually maybe a pop, right?
Oh, yeah, we moved them to something. different.
Yeah. And will we but we can't count it if they don't buy that resident sportsman license.
So if we switch them over to annual, or the lifetime deal, the 50 deal, then we lose that head count.
No, we do not. That's what I'm saying. That's actually a positive. Because we lose them if they don't buy that sportsman's license every year. We don't lose them once they buy that annual, buy the lifetime.
We lose them on this chart, Steve, so it looks like they're not buying their annual.
Yes, but we still get to count that in our federal funding.
Yeah, that was one of the considerations to do with that, to keep that legal.
But it does have an operational impact on it.
Yes,
Annual license go into our operating budget, the lifetime license do not.
that's correct.
And so over time, we may have to start looking at considering using some of our lifetime excess fund operating budgets to operate, not because they have a fund.
Which would be a great setup at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, the conversation was had several years ago, Lisa, you jump in here. And we really struggled. Y'all did a little study on, should we even keep pushing a lifetime license? because
It was the balance.
it's a
between,
balance.
You know, your operating budget, you know, operating funds versus your, you know, restricted funds where we were, you know, at that time, we were not using our lifetime funds, you know, in the same manner that we use them today. And with regard to the trends, you know, what we go to the Southeastern conferences and talk to all the other states and see reports and things. And I mean, we're still on the better side of a lot of other states with regard to license sales numbers. We're more consistent than, you know, some of the other states who, you know, when they decline and I agree, cost may or may not, I mean, cost is definitely gonna factor in, you know, buyer's decision. And, you know, what we see with some of the sportsmen, I think, you know, aside from those who are buying the discounted lifetime license, you have folks who may be more selective in what they buy. You know, back when, you know, your sportsman's license was $50, go into, you know, a store or online and say, oh, $50 and I get everything. That's really cheap. Well, you know, now that it's more expensive, you may not have ever hunted, but you bought the sportsman because it was the easiest thing to do. You knew you were covered, and you didn't have to worry about rules, you know, being covered with license. So now we are seeing trends, you know, I think with people being a little bit more selective. You know, they will buy, they're an avid angler, they're just buying, you know, a fishing license. And then if they have an opportunity to hunt, they'll come back in and buy the hunting license rather than just, you know, getting that sportsman because it's easy. Now, people are still doing that. Don't get me wrong. We have people who are doing all the sports things, but you know, that's where you're seeing some of these numbers shift. So just throwing all that out there.
Again, you mentioned culture. Wouldn't you have to believe that it's a lot of culture because of the 20 and the 21 when we had such a spike? There was all those activities that kids do, there was nothing to do, so everybody bought license and started to start hunting. Yeah.
A lot of other things. There are people sitting in this room that I used to know used to be avid hunters who, you know, get busy and they only go one time a year now. So, you know, there's just a lot going on in his life, so it is going to happen.
You go back to the slide where you show simple majority, two-thirds majority, and unanimous. So it seems to me that our objective from the timing cycle should be that we never want to get to the 20 million. So let's watch this frequency and keep it where we take our price increase and not reach that threshold. And I'm assuming over time that threshold will go up.
It'd be very difficult for us to get to the 20 million over 5 years, even with the 18%. I mean, we may have been on the cusp, but for us to do something internally that would get us to that.
But if we ignore the frequency too much and wait 4 years or 5 years, then what?
Well, Mr. Chairman, you know, we were directed by you to bring that back every 2 years now. So that's what we'll do, whether y'all choose to act on it every 2 years or not. That's y'all's decision.
And we should continue to do that, in my opinion. Puerto Rico and landing on it now. That's why I think yes. Do we do that as a motion now? Is it recommended?
It'll be in the committee of the whole.
Committee of the whole. Anything else? Any other discussion? Okay, we have one other order of business on our expendable interest from our lifetime license. We currently sit at about 35 million in the fixed assets, the STIP, and about 209 million in the equity. And there's been some discussion on whether or not we want to change that mix from the financial committee. The STIP currently covers about 1 year's worth of obligations. And we're at about an 85-15 mix. Brad, I know you've got some feelings on this. Would you like to add to the discussion?
Yeah, in the finance committee meeting in October, we discussed whether we want to shift more from equities into the short-term fund. And I think there was a consensus that would be a good idea, maybe not quite yet, but we revisited it at the December meeting. And I noticed there's no finance committee meeting on our agenda, but I don't want us to drop that. I'd be more comfortable with more in the short-term fund under current circumstances, and maybe make a shift and continue to shift some monthly. We can about details of how to do that, or whether others feel the same way.
I agree with Brad. I think we need to probably go ahead and put something in some short-term funds, the sooner the better.
And are you guys saying specifically for the projects for what we have in line, or would you just say for?
You got enough money to pay for those one hook or crook. I'm just trying to protect the asset.
So
I think that stand to lose quite a bit. And maybe not. I mean, it's guessing, but everybody, smart money seems to be put in cash, short-term funds.
I don't want to, Brad, don't let me put words in your mouth, but you all, I remember hearing like, as long as we can handle the ups and downs, not need to pull money out, you keep it in your equities. But I know in this example, we do need to pull some out. So I agree. I think it's wise to pull it out, but I would say just pull out enough for the project for maybe 2 years but not necessarily to gain to time the market, but to get that, so to pull out enough for the obligations we have, not because we want to put it back in when it's lower. That'd be my thoughts.
I think timing the market is impossible in the long run, and federal high equity positions in the long run. Current conditions with the tariffs and some bubble effects with AI technology, and those companies are driving a lot of where the market is. And because we're in an index fund, we're in those really inflated AI bubble type investments right now, whether we want to be or not.
I mean, I'm with Brad, I just want to remind everybody, this is taxpayer money. This is our constituents that bought licenses and whatnot, and we owe it to them to protect this money. And I hate to give up and, not take advantage of, but we've done really well. I think pulling back is a really smart thing, and I think most of our constituents would appreciate the fact that we're not gonna, take a chance on losing some of their money and,
I don't think Brad or I or either one are saying we need to shift everything over now.
Right.
But I think what Landon said, a calculated, thoughtful move might be appropriate.
So the average bear market, 17 months. The last 4 have been 7 to 8 months. So cycle appears to be quick for a recovery. But there have been some that have lasted as long as 54 months. So I don't disagree with y'all. I would recommend that we kind of meet somewhere in the middle, maybe an 18-month expenditure instead of 24 months. So let's project out potentially what we need for the next 18 months and cover that much. And then every couple of months have the finance committee revisit that as they spend those down and we replenish those. So the easier way to say it is we're currently at about 85-15. I would look for a finance committee to come back to us with a recommendation on what's that asset allocation, what do we need to change it
Well, right now, we're covered
for the next 12
$32
months.
million for the next 12 months. So there's not a need to move any money into short terms to cover capital expenses we know we got to take out that we don't want to take out in a bad time for equities. We're not in that position right now. It won't be for 12 months. So if that helps what you're thinking, it certainly helps my thinking, because I know the last time we did this, I think we went too far. I had some reservations about it. I went along with it. We cost ourselves probably between $5 to $10 million. So I'd be cautious about doing that again.
Was that money last time we shift?
When we were doing Samarkand and we moved to Samarkand, and we thought we were going to go ahead and proceed at the time with Setzer, but then the hurricane hit and threw everything back. So our best laid plans at that time got threw off with the hurricane and all those expenditures. We have since completed Samarkand And the balance of that in there now, this covered for the next 12 months is for the first year of expenditures. It's set, so everything else is managed in the budget. So we're not at a apex at this point that we need to do something. And I think you get into what we're talking about them trying to time the market, because that's what we'd be doing now essentially, in my opinion, because we don't need the money in the steel to cover our expenses for the next 12 months.
I thought we've been shifting to a higher and higher percentage of equities almost since we first
We
got
have.
out of the long-term
We
bond.
have, and I think we hit that, and I think we got there at the 85-15. But, you know, that's kind of where we're
I
at.
think short-term rates are reasonable now too, so we'll probably be shift to a little more investment income with interest rather than small dividends from the equity portion.
Right, I mean, what were you thinking, like a 60-40 instead of 85-15?
Yeah, I'd say 60-40 would be the lower end, but somewhere between 60 and 85. I'm a little uncomfortable at 85 now, even.
Yeah, I'll defer to, again, finance and the chairman, but I would like to at least see where we could get these projects funded. So I know it's only 12 months, but I would like to pull, maybe not the full amount, but maybe somewhere in the middle, because just as you all know, you don't want to be pulling out when the market's down. So I think it's, I mean, I know we'll miss out on some upside if we did, but I think I'd like to see it funded. And that way you could, you know, not worry about it. We get those projects funded, and if the market goes down, then it's still funded. We're good to go. We're not pulling out, and we would miss out on some upside if the market keeps going, but I would like to see at least the projects funded in the short term. And either that's today.
That fits right into what you said, 18 months, right?
We're at 12, did we move to 18, and does that change the asset allocation? 85-15 to 80-20 or 75-25? Since there's no sense of urgency, why don't you all address this at your next finance committee and come back to us with a recommendation on asset allocation moving forward? Since you've been
Yes,
chairman.
you're the chairman. We'll do what you tell us to do.
All right, any other business? Being none, meeting adjourned.
This time I think. This time I'd like to call together the Golden Safety Committee. And welcome everyone, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A record of the meeting will be available on www.ncwildlife.gov. Time of calling. Roll call.
Good morning, going to do a roll call for our Voting Safety Committee members, Committee Chair J.C. Cole,
President.
Committee Vice Chair Ray Clinton.
Here.
Committee Member Hayden Rogers. Tom Hazlett.
Here.
Reed Smith,
Here.
Justin Boyd. Ex officio members Mark Craig.
Here.
And
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a floor.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to turn it over to Ms. Betsy Haywood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I'm not going to have a long meeting today. I know you're glad about that. First of all, we have 3 proposals for amendments to rules that have already been published in the North Carolina Register with an open comment period and public hearing. And I'll go over those first one by one for any questions or discussion. First, in Exhibit D, we have adoption of revisions to 15A NCAC 10F.0307, which is Lake Norman in Catawba, Iredell, Lincoln, and Mecklenburg counties. During the open comment period, there were no comments received, and there were no attendees at the public hearing on September 25th. This refers to when staff were notified last year of public safety concerns and enforcement challenges surrounding vessel livery businesses on Lake Norman. There was a lack of codified regulations that made it difficult to enact and enforce the regulations for vessel liveries. A temporary rule was adopted to address these concerns during the boating season. So now permanent codification will clarify the standards for livery companies, facilitate enforcement activity, and also improve public safety. Are there any questions about this one before I move on? Okay, second, we have Exhibit E. This is adoption of revisions to 15A NCAC 10F.0324 Davidson County. During the open comment period, there were 5 comments received. 4 were in support and 1 was opposed. And I might add, generally opposed to the whole idea until we made some changes, which statutorily we probably can't make right now. There were no attendees at the public hearing that was held on September 30th, 2025. Notice of text was published with an open comment period, 1 public hearing, to enlarge the no-wake zone on High Rock Lake that begins 50 yards north of Skipjack Marina and includes the waters south of the marina and ends 50 yards south of the Raven Point Boy Scout dock. Also in Davidson County, remove the no-wake zone within the cove at High Rock Lake Shores Drive on High Rock Lake as unnecessary to mitigate hazards to boater safety, and to incorporate names and addresses of marked and maintained no-wake zones around public docks, marinas, boat service areas, boating access areas, and swim areas, bridges, and trestles on High Rock Lake, Baden Lake, Tuckertown Reservoir, and Yadkin River. And you'll recall that this refers back to that boilerplate language that was in many of our interior lake rules for years that really didn't clarify what was and was not to be a no-wake zone there. And then lastly, to designate responsibility for implementing placement of regulatory markers to the various agencies on those bodies of water. Any questions about this one? Okay, Exhibit F, adoption of amendments to 15A NCAC 10F.0338 Caldwell County at Lake Hickory. During the open comment period, there were 3 comments received, 2 were in favor and 1 was no preference. A public hearing was held on September 30th with 1 attendee. The notice of text was published with the open comment period and public hearing. First, to create a no-wake zone on Lake Hickory shore to shore, 50 yards northeast and 50 yards southwest of the Adam W. Klutz Bridge, also known as the Grace Chapel Road Bridge. And secondly, to enlarge the no-wake zone in the city of Hickory shore to shore from 50 yards southwest of the US Highway 321 bridge north past Riverwalk and Lake Hickory Pub and Marina, and ending at a point 460 yards northeast of the bridge. And then finally, to designate responsibility in this rule for implementing the placement of regulatory markers to the various agencies. That concludes these 4. Shall I, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Do you want me to move on or do you want to call for a motion at the end?
At this time, we'll call for a motion for the adoption of the for permanent rulemaking for those subject exhibits. I guess. Motion.
Second.
Probably second that the exhibits be moved for the permanent adoption.
Thank you. And lastly, we have 1 notice of proposed text to present to you today. Excuse me, in Exhibit G. These are proposed. Oh, I'm sorry.
I did call for a vote, thank you.
I'm sorry.
All in favor, let it be.
When you're done, you don't call for a vote. do you?
Thank you,
Thank you, sir. I wasn't trying to rush you. My bad. Last, we have Exhibit G. This is, excuse me, proposed notice of text for amendments under 15A NCAC 10F.0305 in Brunswick County. And this will be recommended for public notice, comments, and presentation at public hearing. Brunswick County submitted an application and resolution for rulemaking in a portion of the ICW at Oak Island, 50 yards west and 50 yards east of the GV Barbie Bridge, also known locally as the Oak Island Bridge. The county verified that implementation of markers there will rest with private parties at no expense to the local government or to the state, so no fiscal note is required. Before proceeding with the rulemaking process, staff consulted with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Wilmington District, seeking their concurrence to undertake rulemaking in the Intracoastal Waterway. USAID's concurred with rulemaking 50 yards east and 50 yards west of the bridge, similar to no wake zones at other bridges along the ICW. And I will add that the applicant and the owners of American Marine Construction had hoped that the Corps would make an exception and extend it a little bit further to the east because it's just such a high business area. But the Corps said 50 yards east and 50 yards west. So that's what we're going with. The Enforcement Division completed a boater safety hazards assessment. The area under the bridge and around the American Marine Construction just east of the bridge is very congested with large vessels that travel under the bridge at unregulated speed. Large wakes create hazards for people embarking and disembarking at the narrow boarding area at the docks. There is a travel lift out area and a 40-foot barge immediately adjacent to the ICW setback channel. And also the owner of American Marine Construction pointed out that each year they apparently have a huge fireworks exhibit that is shot from that barge. And he says it's very congested and dangerous. So staff will recommend commission adoption to begin the rulemaking process by publishing notice of text for at least 60 days in the North Carolina Register with an open comment period and one public hearing. And they included a couple of photographs, if you'd like to look at those, showing the congestion around the bridge, especially on the east side of that bridge. Are there any questions or comments on this one?
Generally speaking, on the ICW, are most of the bridges have a no wake zone?
I would not say most of them do. It's on a case-by-case basis. So the ones that have been requested, I'm trying to think. There are a few that still aren't because there's no state law for that. I'll defer to somebody else who knows more than I do about this. There's no state law around bridges anyway. And I will tell you that I get that question a lot because apparently in South Carolina there is, and maybe in Virginia there is, but not here. It's not statewide. Any more questions?
You need a motion.
Yes, sir, please.
Can I get a motion to move this to a permanent rulemaking?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Question. Get a vote. All in favor? Opposed? There being none, move it on over. Thank you, Madam Chair. Any additional topics? Thank you, that ends our meeting.
Thank you. Good. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene here back in about 5 minutes before 10 for our energy meeting.
Call the meeting of Habitat Non-Game and Endangered Species. First, I remind everyone this meeting is being streamed live and recorded as public record. Recording the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. I would like to call on Margot Minkler for a roll call.
I'm going to do a roll call for our Habitat Non-Game Endangered Species Committee members. Committee Chair Brad Stanback.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Joe Bush.
Here.
Tommy Fomble.
Here.
Hayden Rogers. John Alexander.
Here.
Reed Smith.
Here.
Ex officio members Mark Craig
Here.
and Landon Zimmer. Mr. Chairman, you have a point.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Rachel Pope to present augmentation plans for a couple of species.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
This morning I have a couple of agenda items. I don't know if you noticed, but my name is on there a lot of times. So we're going to go through some species augmentations and then on to a few other items. So the first, we have two species that I'd like to present for augmentation plans to you all this morning. The first is for the Carolina heel splitter. The Carolina heel splitter is a federally endangered species, so it also maintains a state endangered status. The augmentation, the proposed management action that we're looking at today is an augmentation. And the reason that we need to do this management action is to prevent extirpation of the species in North Carolina. It's known from North Carolina and South Carolina, but we've seen the population continue to dwindle in North Carolina. In the past, we've worked with this species across the two known river basins, the Catawba River Basin and the Yadkin River Basin. The Hinges Committee has previously approved augmentation and safe harbor reintroductions. The augmentations have been approved previously for Waxhaw Creek in the Catawba River. That was in 2015. And then in the Yadkin River Basin, we have Goose and Duck Creek augmentations in 2014 from the committee. And then the Stevens Creek, which is the upper portion of Goose and Duck Creek, was approved under a safe harbor for reintroduction just earlier this year. Today, we're looking at expanding the augmentation actions into the 6 Mile Creek area within the Catawba River Basin. And since this is an augmentation, there's no additional anticipated regulatory burden, and because of augmentation, it would not be done under a safe harbor or CCAA. And so we are wanting to kind of update the augmentations to include all of the areas in this plan. So here's the current distribution. You can see it's not very well delineated, but we're straddling that North Carolina, South Carolina outside of Charlotte. And these are the known HUC 12s for the occupied area between North Carolina and South Carolina. In North Carolina, there's those Goose, Duck, and Stevens Creek area and the Waxhaw Creek area, which we already have approval from the committee. So today we're focused on this 6 Mile Creek watershed that straddles the line between the two states. Of course, we're only voting on North Carolina's portion. So zooming in, this is a map from the augmentation plan. These are the circles, triangles and open circles represent the 10, 20, and greater than 20-year collection records for the species within these watersheds. And then we've highlighted in orange the areas that we're requesting augmentation approval for the species. And so focusing again here on the 6 Mile Creek watershed, this portion of 6 Mile Creek for today. And so that concludes Carolina Hill Splitter. I'll pause here and see if anyone has any questions, but I do just recommend that we take both of the augmentation proposals at the same time.
Any questions?
Okay, moving on. The next augmentation proposal and plan is for the Atlantic pigtoe. The Atlantic pigtoe is also federally listed. It's listed as threatened, so it also holds a state status of threatened. We're looking at an augmentation for this species. The map on the right here is from our conservation plan for the Atlantic pigtoe, and it shows all of our key management units for this species. And these are areas that we want to prioritize for augmentation and reintroduction of the species. The Atlantic pigtoe has seen a pretty big decline in its range, over a 26% decline in the last 10 years of these occupied HUCs. And so we want to continue to augment existing populations to prevent this decline and make sure that the existing populations are robust enough to continue to support the species. So we're focusing on the upper Neuse River Basin here. This is within our primary management units. It's Deep Creek and the Flat River. And because the proposed action is augmentation, we don't anticipate any additional regulatory burden, and it would not be conducted under a safe harbor CCAA. And this is kind of hard to read, it's dark here. We're in the upper Neuse River Basin in North Carolina. The Hinges Committee previously approved augmentations within this area of the occupied habitat and the Neuse for Atlantic pigtoe, and that was approved back in 2015. So today we're hoping to update this plan and include a key portion of Deep and Flat Creek in the upper Neuse. So this is kind of a small inset, but we're way up here in the upper Neuse River drainage. On this map, the pink line actually indicates the critical habitat for Atlantic pigtoe. And we are recommending that we augment this existing population of Deep and Flat Creek. The areas that we're requesting are these highlighted augmentation reaches. And these are areas where we have had detections of the species within the last 20 years. And so at this point in time, I will pause and see if there are any questions for Atlantic Pigtail, because I think, yeah.
Any questions? Entertain a motion to approve these two augmentation plans.
Remove.
Motion and second. Alexander and Cole. But a vote. Call for a vote. Aye. Those. That motion passes. Okay, Rich.
Great. Thank you, everyone. So next, I'm excited to bring forward a conservation plan. We are going to talk about yellow lamp mussel, the conservation plan, and some of the ongoing research that's happened for this species to date. So just as a reminder, per North Carolina General Statute 11333B, the Wildlife Resources Commission shall, as expeditiously as possible, develop a conservation plan for the recovery of the protected wild animal species. And the plan should consider the conservation, protection, and management measures, causes of decline, and the measures to restore the species, to restore the species. Also in the same statute under C, in implementing a conservation plan under this article, the Wildlife Resources Commission shall not adopt any rule that restricts the use or the development of private property and cannot require any conservation actions beyond the scope and authority of the commission. And so I want to just start with our proposed yellow lamp mussel timeline. This plan has been circulated to the Non-Game Wildlife Advisory Committee back in November of this year. We did receive comments and a recommendation from them to advance the plan to you all. We have included most of their comments. There are a few things in the plan that was sent to you that we are aware that we need to address, just a few typos. But we are asking that you all review this plan today, and then it would then be sent out for a 30-day public comment period. So we anticipate, if approved today from you all, we would, or if recommended for public comment today, we would then have public comment January and February. And then we would receive those in March and April of next year. This plan will come back to you with those public comments and any edits in April of 2026, and then taken for consideration for adoption to the commission at the same meeting. So that's where we are in the timeline and process.
To consider a motion to release the yellow lamp mussel conservation plan for a 30-day public comment period.
Well, I have a few slides if you would like to know about the plan. And then maybe that changes your mind or not, hopefully not.
Assuming all of the committee have read the plan, but this will be beneficial for those who have.
Okay, sounds great. So this is our key species here. Our star here is the yellow lamp mussel. I want to bring your attention right now that this species is what we call sexually dimorphic. Females and males look different in freshwater mussels, believe it or not. The female is on the right and is more rounded, and the male is on the left and more pointed. So a little bit of background about this species. It's a medium-sized mussel up to 130 millimeters. So at its largest, think about the size of a softball. It is bright yellow with these really pretty green rays, and it's a short-term brooder. So mussels can hold their broods for long times, or they can, or for a short time or a long time. And so this one actually creates a mantle lure. So this picture is the mussel on the right, and they have a shiner mimic. They usually are displaying between May and September, trying to entice those host fish. The known host fish research has detected yellow perch and white perch as the hosts in the wild. And in the lab, they've identified largemouth bass, black crappie, smallmouth bass, striped bass, and white bass. And some mussels can live up to 100 years. This one typically lives somewhere between 10 to 15 years. This is the known range in North Carolina, this map, but the species is very widespread. It's known from the Ogeechee River in Georgia all the way up to Nova Scotia along the Atlantic slope. In North Carolina, it's restricted to the Chowan, the Tar Pamlico Noose, Cape Fear Lumber, Yadkin PD, and Roanoke River basins. Historically, in this map, you can see that the darker Huck 10s here are the more recent records. We have animals detected within the last 10 years. And the lighter shading is that we haven't seen the species in those Huck 10s in the last 40 years. It's been 40 years or greater. And you can see overall, there's a reduction in this species. Again, about a 26% decline across the range, especially within the last 20 years. The largest declines have been seen in the Tar River at 31% and the Cape Fear River at 42%. This species has been evaluated through our North Carolina species assessment tool and through our process. It's listed as endangered. It does not hold a federal listing, and it's not a candidate or an under review for federal protection. It has an S rank of 3, and it's considered a G3 or vulnerable status by NatureServe. The work that the commission has done with partners to date, we have detected this species through general surveys, our community level surveys for mussels. We have done a few targeted surveys, but most of the known range and population is through kind of our community level mussel surveys. Chris Eads, runs the Yates Mill Conservation Aquaculture Center, which some of us visited recently, has done a lot of work with this species. Our own Mike Walter, during his master's, I figured out how to do in vitro propagation, and that's where you grow the animals in a serum and do like cell techniques, and you take the host fish out of the propagation process. So we know the host, and we also know how to propagate it. To date, we've released over 2,000 animals into the Dan River through augmentations. That's part of the Dan coal ash spill projects. We did that in conjunction with Virginia. And just this past year, as part of a dam removal project in the Deep River, Yates Mill has been propagating the species, and we were able to augment an existing area with over 800 individuals. The genetics of this species, it's in the South Flat River, which is one of the strong populations in the Neuse River, is still small, it's isolated, and it has overall low genetic diversity. And there needs to be basically range-wide genetic evaluation in North Carolina. The threats for this species are similar to most freshwater mussels. Dramatic changes to land use and the riparian area causes decline. So this is a picture of an example of an impaired stream that would show a lot of threats to the species. And so there's increases in sedimentation and runoff from agriculture and development. There's a loss of stable riparian areas, and these can all lead to habitat fragmentation, either through having poor sites and poor quality between populations, and also through dams and other ways of fragmenting habitat. There's also competition with invasive species like the basket clam, which is the rebranding of the Asian clam. And the flathead catfish are known to consume the host fish for this species as well as eat the mussels. And the species does occur in lakes like Waccamaw. And so things like hydrilla can cause problems and choke out populations. Our conservation objectives for our plan are to promote the habitat protection and maintain populations within our identified management units. We want to do captive propagation and translocations to augment these existing populations where we have suitable habitat, and then to establish the connectivity and maintain the gene flow between these existing populations. And so how do we plan to do that? By identifying our conservation actions. We're going to do this by promoting best management practices, especially on private lands, to support the acquisition of conservation lands and establishment of easements where possible, and support other habitat, restoration activities like dam removals and repairing riparian areas. And then to include our private landowners and through our incentivized like tax programs and our wildlife conservation lands program. Here are the management units. So these are our key management units at a HUC 10 level. Our primary management units are in the Chowan, the Roanoke, the Tar, the Noose, the Cape Fear, the PD, and the Lumber. And you can see the species names, the stream names delineated there. And so these are where we really want to focus our efforts for augmenting existing populations and expanding the range within these areas. We will also focus on reintroductions in these additional kind of grayed out HUC 10s after we've done work in the primary units. And then continue our monitoring research. And the key parts for monitoring are to monitor the existing population so we can see if it's declining, and then also to monitor any stocked populations or augmented populations to fill in the knowledge gaps around the genetics and to continue to improve our captive propagation. And those are the key findings and key work that we've done to date for the yellow lamp mussel. And I will entertain any questions. And yep, yes, sir. So freshwater mussels, unlike marine mussels, have to use a fish to complete their life cycle. And so in this picture, there's a small lure right here with a little eye spot. And so
Now tell me about the lure.
we do have time. So this is so great. I'm so excited. I'm so glad we're talking about mussels. So the lure is an extension of what we call the mantle of the actual mussel. So most of the mussel is in that shell, but it kind of has an expansion, and it shakes this lure. This species, it mimics it.
Lure is part of the mussel.
Yeah, it is. This is a good picture.
Incredible things. I'm gonna ask you about it.
It's really remarkable, and this species in particular, like this lure looks different because it's actually targeting a different shiner for that basin. Like in the Cape Fear, it uses a slightly different coloration because that's a dominant shiner that it's trying to mimic in the system. So you see this one has lines, vertical lines, and it will actually move that. It sits there and flashes it. And there are these gills that are like charged with all the larvae. And so when something like those bass or the perch strike at this, it releases what we call the Glaucidia, and that attaches onto the fish's gills and fins.
So it's an understatement. What you just told me.
You're welcome.
So the lure is not necessarily mimicking the host fish, but maybe mimicking prey of the host fish.
Correct. It's not mimicking the host fish that it wants to attach to. It's fishing. So it's mimicking what it wants to bite it. So it's a bass. This one likes to fish for bass and large predatory fish. And so it's mimicking shiners.
So can the bass eat it and break it off and take it away?
That's the plan.
So the bass eats that thing.
Yep, it takes a bite out and then it shoots the Glaucidia, these little, they look like little Pac-Man, these like little larvae, and the cloud, and it attaches, they breathe it in and attaches to their gills and their fins.
But also some of it goes down their gullet too, doesn't it?
Yes, it's like for this species, I think it's like a 0.05% chance of being a Glaucidia to being a juvenile chance.
Boy, that might be a good lure for you to study, sir. Sure.
Do these shine, are they little baby shiners that grow up to be big shiners?
Well, so this would be,
Specific to muscle.
yeah, so the lure is mimicking the full bodied size of a shiner. So it's, you know, again, think about a softball sized mussel. And this lure is about this big, which would be the same size as what the predatory fish would be going after. And then if there are no interactions between the host fish and the mussel in the wild, then this will like basically eject all of the Glaucidia. It will reabsorb the lure, and then it will start again next year. Like a, yes. Every year it'll reabsorb it, and then it'll.
So if the fish bites it off, it doesn't go another one. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this one does, this one actually like kind of does this within one cycle. So it'll do this like May to August, and then next year it'll create a new one.
So you identified several things that are detrimental to their survival, some of which were predators, some of them were just natural occurrences or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Hydraulic. So, what are the, I know that coons are a predator. What are some other predators? I didn't catch all those.
Yeah, so, you know, there are fish, molluscivore fish that will eat mussels. So, you know, flathead catfish are an example of that, drum are an example of that. And then muskrats, raccoons will also prey on mussels. And that's
just natural occurrences as we all see them around growing up on kids. I grew up on a lake and I used to collect these mussels just for the fun of it, bagfuls, and then dump them back in the water. And I always wondered why more humans didn't eat these things, but you never hear of it. I'm just curious, is it a consumable? I mean, do people eat them?
Yeah, can you eat them? So the indigenous folks, this is especially on the western part of the United States, this freshwater mussels are considered one of the First Nations first foods. And so they used to heavily rely on freshwater mussels in, you know, early pre-colonial America. Now, not so much. And they also, although I met a guy who in South Carolina took me and to a boat launch, and there's about 16 species in that river, and he encouraged me not to eat them. He used to eat them all the time, then he got really sick, and he told me there are 2 kinds. But there's 16 kinds, and I don't recommend eating them. They generally don't taste good. And over 75% of them hold a listing status. So there's probably a hefty fine associated with it.
What specific mussel are we eating that rest at the rest?
Marine, marine species. So like a Mytilus. These are all freshwater. The ones that end up on the dinner table are all coastal marine. Yeah, those are, well, in the genus Mytilus. So like what are they, like a blue mussel? It's a little out of my wheelhouse. It's getting a little salty for me. Yes, sir.
What are some of the other organizations that are involved in this effort, types of efforts, freshwater plans, and where do we stack up with them as far as our efforts?
So something like the yellow lamp mussel, we really rely on conservation through our partnerships. You know, the Yates Mill Conservation Aquaculture Center, which we took a tour of, is one of our key partners for this. They have helped us with a lot of the knowledge gaps. They can do the research. They kind of pioneered some of the propagation work. And then we were able to bring that back to our facility and scale it up. And we also work with our other state, like Virginia. We work closely with them especially around the Dan Colash spill. For, you know, federally listed mussels, we're working with the Fish and Wildlife Service. We work with Heritage. We work with state parks a lot when the animals occur on state park lands. So and where do we stack up? How do I say this? We have one of the strongest aquatic wildlife diversity programs. When you look at the size and the work that we do, especially in the Southeast. And our Conservation Aquaculture Center that we built has been a model for several other states for expanding mussel propagation.
So if we weren't involved, it'd be a big hit to the mussel population.
Yes, especially in North Carolina. And, we can do that work with partners, and it's really the collaboration with partners is really important because we can do a portion of it. But like I said, we rely on partners to also help us with some of the surveys. Most of what we know about this is from doing general mussel surveys, and need to kind of do some more focused surveys.
Great. So how hard is it? So like if we're trying to propagate these mussels in captivity,
Yes.
do we use a largemouth bass or whatever?
Yes. Yep. That's the easiest because you can buy them.
Time that happens, how long does that bass carry that before they hatch or whatever?
Yeah. So they're encysted on the gills. They kind of attach and encysted. And that for this, it's temperature dependent, but for this species, it's about 4 weeks. And then they'll drop off and you'll collect them. And then it takes anywhere from 1 year to 2 years to culture them at the facility to be big enough to put a tag on them. These are juveniles, and these are probably like the size of your pinky nail in this picture. And we want to get them to the size of your thumb so that we can tag them and track them. And that takes about 2 years.
Of all the mussels that we try to propagate, which are the easiest and which are the hardest to?
So this species is in the genus Lampsilus, and it's a little bit easier. They're a little more tolerant. By far, the most difficult mussels to propagate are in the genus Elasmodonta. Those are Appalachian elktoe, dwarf wedge mussel, brook floater. Those are very difficult. There's just something about them. They like really cool water, headwaters, and it's difficult. They have small brood sizes. This mussel can produce like 300,000 larvae in one setting versus an Elasmodonta, which might be like 4,000.
American Rivers has a program to facilitate dam removals throughout the Southeast. That's really important for mussel conservation. One of the ideas of the host fish is mussels can't move much on their own, but if they're attached to the gills of the host fish, they can go up or down a stream and really distribute the population a lot more widely. But if there's a dam that prevents fish from moving upstream, that prevents the mussels from getting upstream as well.
Yeah, and I'm obviously biased, but I think that mussel propagation or mussel conservation is one of the hardest things for us to achieve because it requires not only having suitable habitat for the mussels and all the things that the mussel needs, but it can't continue to persist without that host fish on the landscape. And so you have to also create the environment for the host fish. And so when you talk about successful mussel conservation or moving the needle, you're talking about really that community. You need to be managing for the host fish and for the mussel. And so that's exactly like dams and making sure that we don't have disconnected populations is really important.
Any other questions? Yeah, I'll consider a motion and second to vote to release the yellow lamp mussel conservation plan for a 30-day comment period. So the second. Bud and Alexander. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
All right. So moving on to a fish. Thank you, everyone. Those were also great questions about mussels. So Roanoke log perch, we've been giving you lots of updates about this. This was one of our very first Safe Harbor CCAA efforts. And I just want to give you an update ahead of a really great presentation that we'll conclude this committee meeting with. So this past year, staff are continuing to do work for propagation, monitoring, and stocking of Roanoke log perch in the upper Mayo River. This year, our partners at Conservation Fisheries Incorporated wanted to retire 17 of the brood fish that they're keeping. Just as a reminder, this fish species lives for about 5 to 7 years. And so we want to rotate the brood stocks as much as possible. So staff went out, this is our staff sampling for Roanoke log perch in the upper Mayo. They were able to collect 7 new spawning adults. And I just, if anyone's ever spent time in the upper Mayo, this species likes to live in these bedrock chutes along this river. And you can see one of our staff standing in one of them. And so they use these bedrock chutes and seams. This might be some of the most difficult habitat to sample in for this species. It's a real shin splinter, I'll tell you that. And so it takes a lot of effort to get these animals. We are contracted with CFI. We have 4 years left in that grant funding to support reintroduction and propagation. The monitoring, so of the populations and the individuals that we stocked back into the upper Mayo under the Safe Harbor Agreement, they're doing annual monitoring of this. We have 3 sites, or kind of like reaches within the area we reintroduced, and we were able to detect Roanoke log perch that we stocked in those areas this year at one of those reaches. There was 1 detection through the backpack electrofishing, which the staff has right there, and then they were able to detect them in snorkel surveys too. We are going to continue to do this monitoring for 5 years, but this is really encouraging. The animals that we've stocked are showing up in our surveys.
Right. Where on the Roanoke was that picture taken?
So
Wow.
this is the Mayo. The Mayo River on the Dan, and this is above the Avalon Dam mill dam. Yeah, Avalon Dam. Really close to the Virginia line.
The retired brood fish put back.
They were, yep. And so this number is actually updated. We have stocked 566. Actually, there was another stocking done a little bit later, and including those 17 brood fish. There was a stocking done in early November. There was also a stocking done with over 266 in September. Of the retired brood stocks of the 2023 cohorts and 2024 cohorts. And they're pretty camouflaged, but that's a bunch of Roanoke log perch in the bag getting tempered on the left. And then we have partners like at the Dan River Basin Association that come out and help us when we do these stocking events.
So Rachel, is it fair to say that the discovery of all this in that area wouldn't have happened without the coal ash release and the investigation that took place as a result of that?
That's a good question. This happened in 2007. So Duke Energy biologists were doing routine sampling in the Dan River, and they detected this species, which was not known from North Carolina at all. And that was the trigger. And I'm not sure if they were just out there doing routine sampling or if it was something associated with the coal ash spill, but it was detected by the Duke Energy biologists. And then we've really ramped up our own surveys. And then that led us to where we are now, which is doing the Safe Harbor to reintroduce the species back into its historical range. And
into other rivers? Just doing a better job at this river, or just starting it in this river?
so we have been doing reintroduction into the Mayo. That has 2 major dams on it, and the species can't get there on its own. And so that's why we targeted reintroduction, but we have been augmenting the Dan River in multiple places since about, I think 2021, been augmenting. So we've been doing other locations around its range.
Happened there in Madison, that park area as a result of this is really special.
To Commissioner Stanback's point, the dam removal has opened up over 20 river miles of suitable habitat for this species. And working with Dr. Heather Evans, we have actually gotten eDNA hits of this species 20 river miles above that dam, the lowering of that dam, and are seeing expansion of the species in its range. And a lot of that work has contributed to the species being delisted, final rule July of this year. And so it was federally endangered, and now it has been removed from the Endangered Species Act. So to that end, we are doing these next steps. So it was officially delisted in July. There is a 5-year post-listing monitoring that occurs, and staff will be doing monitoring associated with that. Additionally, this species is part of the species under review and evaluation for North Carolina's species assessment tool and for our own state listing to see where it falls on our own protected animals list, which we'll see next year.
Rachel, the dam that you referenced, that you were doing stocking upstream and downstream, is that correct?
Yes.
That dam, is that currently hydropower? What's it used for? What dam is it?
It is a small hydropower, so it's privately owned. The Avalon Dam is the most upstream dam, I think, that limits that range, and it is used for small scale hydropower. So I want to transition because one of the things I'm really grateful for in this project with Roanoke Log Perch was when we brought this to committee. We worked through the safe harbor process. We wanted to gauge what the attitudes were of the public for us doing these for 2 reasons. One, we wanted to establish a baseline and improve our communication with our constituents where we're planning this work. And also because we wanted to find out if anyone in the project areas would be interested in partnering with us or enrolling their properties into a safe harbor. I want to say that there's been a lot of changes to Fish and Wildlife Service policies. And so the Safe Harbor Agreement, a candidate conservation agreement, which is literally an alphabet soup. There was a Federal Register change and policy change with the Fish and Wildlife Service. And these now are all considered one agreement. So you can enroll an at-risk species that doesn't hold federal protection, which would have been known as a candidate, or you can enroll into an agreement of federally listed species. And so we did that. We technically have both of these agreements, but now they've lumped these into one. And this is called a conservation benefit agreement or a CBA. And I'm grateful for this because it's only a 3-letter acronym. And so you'll see that we're gonna start transitioning to a CBA instead of alphabet soup. It means the same thing. And I just wanna tee that up for Catherine. So with this, I am going to yield my time because, man, I need some coffee. And I would like to introduce Catherine Jewell. She is going to give a presentation on us gauging what the interest was and the conservation attitudes of landowners in this Mayo River around Roanoke Log Perch, Safe Harbor, and reintroduction. All right, thanks, everyone.
Rachel.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Jewell, and I'm the lead social scientist in the Office of Conservation Policy and Analysis, headed by Chloe Woolman. So I'm going to speak today about a project we've been working on for a while now, entitled Reintroduction Attitudes and Conservation Benefit Agreements, a survey of property owners along the Mayo River. So this is specifically targeting the landowners that are adjacent to the Mayo River sections that the Roanoke Log Perch may be in. So I appreciate Rachel teeing up all of that information on the Roanoke Log Perch, but just a couple of highlights here along the timeline. It was federally listed back in 1989. In 2019 is when efforts began to reintroduce the Roanoke Log Perch back in North Carolina. And in 2023, we initiated reintroduction along with the help of some partners into the Upper Mayo River adjacent to Mayo River State Park. So that brings us to this year, where we surveyed river adjacent landowners in order to gauge their conservation perspectives in general and specifically about the Roanoke Log Perch. We had 4 major objectives for this project. The first was to understand knowledge and support of aquatic species reintroduction and wildlife and fisheries conservation in general. The second was to identify knowledge of, attitudes and perceptions towards and motivations for entering SHA and CCAAs. Third was to assess preferences for outreach efforts to increase support. And finally, we wanted to collect data for tracking changes in knowledge, support, and motivations of property owners over time. So I'll be speaking about the first three today, as this was our baseline survey. Hopefully we'll be able to replicate it in 5 or 10 years or so to see how things have changed. So in order to accomplish those objectives, we had an online survey to river adjacent landowners. So landowners were identified using the North Carolina One Map system and the help of our GIS team. They identified 600 landowners, primary addresses of landowners along the Mayo River and the major tributaries. So this map here shows the parcels that we sent the survey letter to. And this is their primary address. So individuals may own more parcels than are identified on this map, but this was the primary address. We sent out 2 letters, and a push to web letter simply means we sent them a letter with a QR code and a link to take the survey online. To do our data analysis, we used the Qualtrics Stats IQ function, and we received 70 responses for a total of 12% response rate, which I was very pleased with, considering this is 600 individuals who may or may not have ever even heard of us. So thinking a little bit about the individuals who responded, the average landowner had held their property for over 10 years, so had been there for a while. Most folks used their property for residential purposes, so people lived there, followed by hunting, fishing, and outdoor recreation. So thinking about that first objective and their attitudes towards conservation in general, what this graph is showing is the agreement of the respondents towards these statements. So what this is telling us is that they believe it's important to be a good steward of the land. It's important to conserve land and water for the future generations. They feel a responsibility to conserve nature on their property. It's important to them to conserve threatened and endangered species that live in the water specifically. And it's important to conserve threatened and endangered species on private land. Notably, that one there at the bottom with the very low % of agreement means that they believe that conserving lands and rivers is important to them, which is good. That's what we want to see. So asking them specifically about the Roanoke log perch, we asked how important it would be to conserve a small endangered aquatic species such as the Roanoke log perch, a little tiny fish they may or may not ever see in their lifetime. And the majority of respondents said it was at least very or extremely important to conserve these species. And notably, 21% of respondents had heard of the Roanoke log perch, which I think is a testament to all of the outreach work that us and our partners did to talk about this species. So again, more agreement about statements regarding the Roanoke log perch and aquatic endangered species. The majority of respondents supported establishing a healthy population in their area specifically. They also supported the reintroduction of the Roanoke log perch into the Mayo River. They felt as though even if they never saw a Roanoke log perch, it was important to them to know that they exist. And that reintroducing animals into their native habitats is the right thing to do. On the other hand here, so this is the gray bar here shows the folks that disagree with the statement, which is the intended response here. We want them to disagree with the fact that conserving the Roanoke log perch isn't their responsibility. So they feel a sense of responsibility to conserve the Roanoke log perch. They also disagreed with the fact that it didn't need protection, so they feel as though it does need protection. They did not feel as though conserving small species was a waste of resources. And most notably here, they disagreed with the fact that they may never see a Roanoke log perch, so they don't care. So they disagreed with all of that. So even if they don't see it, they do care about the conservation. So moving forward into objective 2 and the SHA and CCAAs in particular, please bear with me as I say that about 15 times. 17% of respondents had heard of an SHA or CCAA. Again, a testament to all of the outreach efforts here. And respondents agreed that these agreements seemed like a good way for landowners to conserve threatened and endangered species on private lands and waterways. They felt as though it was a good way for them to take an active part in conservation. And 51% wanted to learn more about SHA and CCAAs in their area. So thinking about potential outreach and potential to enroll. So 40% of respondents did say they wouldn't be interested. And that's perfectly okay, because 60% said they would, right? So 40% said they would be open to attending a virtual information session. 33% indicated they would be willing to attend an in-person information session. 21% said that they would be open to an NCWRC biologist coming onto their property for a consultation. And just about 20% said they'd be willing to speak with a biologist on the phone. But 56% of respondents indicated their willingness to enroll their property in an SHA and CCAA. So when asked what kind of information, what else would they like to know before potentially enrolling their property in one of these SHA CCAAs? The most common response here was who would have access to their property and when. Also what they would be required to do. And thirdly, the benefits they would receive as a landowner. So the key takeaways here are most respondents supported conserving the Roanoke log perch despite never having heard of or seen the fish. And most respondents were neutral or supportive of SHA CCAAs, but did need more information to decide whether to enroll or not. And finally, one thing to note here, most respondents were rural residential homeowners who had high conservation values. So what this can take away is this particular group of individuals likely have high conservation thoughts, values. But it's a specific case, and I would highly encourage replicating this in our other priority areas to see if thoughts differ. And with that, I will take any questions, but I do want to give a particular special shout out to Grace Robertson. She was an intern over the summer and did a lot of the analysis. Yes, sir.
Where was all the mailing done? Again, can you go back to that slide? Sent out. So all the
Yes, sir. Those are all of the parcels. That had mailings.
the very upper part towards Virginia.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They're the most informed people I've ever come across in my life. Absolutely the most. What was the question asked about this log perch or whatever the hell we're talking about? Log perch. Exactly how was the question phrased? Do you know, have you seen a native log perch?
Pretty similar to what you just said before reading this question. Had you ever heard of the Roanoke log perch?
Roanoke log perch. Yes. And you're telling me you got 21% said they did?
Yes, sir.
I got bridges, so. So what? Do you believe that?
I have a reason not to.
So I can add.
No, I think what she got back was 21%. I'm not saying that. But there's got to be a better way to ask. If you say, have you heard of a Roanoke native log perch? You're sitting there, oh yeah, I've heard of that. Have they really?
So I can add some context.
Please.
So
Thank you, Rachel.
this basin has had tremendous partnership. We talked about the lowering of the dam in Madison and the involvement of the town. And so we've had partners, with the U.S. Forest Service, with the Dan River Basin Association. And so the Roanoke log perch is on a kiosk at one of the most popular river accesses in.
You answered my question. Thank you.
And the local breweries, through engagement with the Dan River Basin Association, have rolled out beers
that highlight the Roanoke Long Perch and there's.
Why it's so low?
So there's been over, since 2007, there's been a lot of engagement with the community here, to, work with them for this piece. And that might be what years ago.
Thank you, Ray. That's right.
You had to keep digging, but you found out.
Right. I don't understand why I wasn't blind. Classy crowd up there. Thank you.
Any other questions? Just last night, I was reading a report from American Rivers. They went under the discussion with the owners of the Avalon and Mayo dams in this area to hopefully eventually purchase those from the private landowners, hire the birth licenses, and hopefully eventually move the dam. So maybe quite a few years before that happens, but it's in the works.
I know this is a stretch. Do you know what KW dam that is at Avalon by any chance?
I do not, I don't know if the.
KW?
Kettle?
Yeah,
Oh.
what's it's producing? What the head analysis is on that.
Yeah.
The Mayo Dam has a total capacity of 1.1 megawatts. Avalon Dam.
I'd like to have.
Total capacity of 0.2 megawatts.
Not much.
Can I ask a question? So a dam to dam, any moving stream of water requires a permit. Yes or no?
Ask that question one more time.
Yes.
To dam,
Yes.
any moving stream water requires permit, correct?
Yeah.
When was the last, and the permit comes from who?
DEQ.
Who?
DEQ.
Okay, and the last permit that was issued in the state of North Carolina by DEQ was when?
I have no idea. I suspect it was a long time ago. Yeah. Randleman Dam or something. Along those lines.
That was what I was looking for. And number two.
There's over 6,000 of these things.
That was gonna be my, so. We're on a mission to eliminate dams. That.
You know, I came on this commission in 2017, talking about removing dams and setting up a program to identify high priority dams. And thanks to our staff, they've done just exactly that. And so now when environmental groups or groups who remove these dams for profit, they can now contact and go to this list and prioritize and work down from high prioritized dams down.
Excellent. That's what I thought.
Is that still correct?
Since then. Is that?
I don't know. They're very expensive and it takes a while. And then you know, the Elowa, I don't know if is it down yet?
No, we're still years out from.
Elowa, I mean, we've got several of those like that, High Rock, High Falls, and that High Falls Dam still up and these you're talking about, but we've got, you know, they're on there. It just takes a while.
So when I go to the Department of Agriculture, I've got a farm, I'm growing corn or soybeans, tobacco, whatever. They allow you to dam up to 15 feet and without a permit. That's mine.
I don't know anything about that.
No,
I mean,
if it's a blue water estuary,
No, you can dam up your, if you got a ditch on your farm and you want to dam out, you can't prevent water from going to your, if your neighbor gets water off of a creek.
Yeah, no, obviously it's got a dam and the water will continue on.
Right.
But that's been my understanding.
But most of these dams are old and there'll never be any new ones issued. So most people don't want to give up the one they got. Cause they'll never get another permit to do another. That was the answer I was looking.
Well, and there's two kind of.
And Monty doesn't care if we have power and light.
Well, I just.
But
But there's two kind of dams you have. You have a FERC exemption dam. And if you got a FERC exemption, you fall under the state Dam Safety Act. You don't have a FERC exemption, you're under federal rules and guidelines. If you're not under federal rules and guidelines, don't have that FERC exemption, you fall under the Dam Safety Act. And that's why we got so involved in creating this list. It's because no such list existed. The EQ was not tracking that stuff, but we have a full in-house program now to track all the dams and get them and prioritize. And it may not be a dam that needs to be removed. It could be a culvert. It could be something else, any kind of dam, anything that keeps it fully flowing upstream.
like these could be dams that are only 4 or 5 foot tall.
Low head
These
dams.
are not, you know, Hoover Dam, but this is.
But we do know, and she just cited an example today, when these dams are removed, it has a significant ecological impact. And I've preached it from day one, it's low hanging fruit. You have recreation, you have fishing, and you have ecological recovery. It's low hanging fruit. You don't have stewardship, you don't have roads to build, you don't have lines to put boundaries on. It's low hanging fruit.
These two dams on the Mayo River are over 100 years old. I think one was 1898, one in 1900. That's the case with a lot of these. They were built so long ago, and most of them have no useful purpose anymore.
If they're destroyed or broken, can you build them back or not? But I guess your grandfather, they can stay there until they do get broken.
Until they get removed, yeah. Or unless the Dam Safety Act, that's what you see a lot of these states doing now. They're increasing dam safety. Because when you see flood events and you see a lot of these dams that are failure, there are a lot of these dams that are ones that are no longer maintained, have not been subject to regulations. And North Carolina's getting better and they're moving towards that. Making dams their classifications from medium, low, or high hazard, and then what they have to do to maintain those dams. North Carolina's getting better about that. So, and a lot of these old dams are surprisingly resilient and strong because they were built on rock outcroppings. And it's amazing their engineering knowledge back then. And, you know, I see you shaking your head. A lot of these dams are tough to remove. I mean, it requires a lot of heavy equipment and time. And a lot of times you're taking it down to rock outcroppings from which they naturally build them.
And if you break that dam, the whole lot of water get ready to come down that river.
Water and silts.
And sedimentation is big. That was the one we had on the Green River.
Well, and that's because of Helene, we're actually looking at that one again.
Yeah.
So big hungry.
A lot of the dam owners, they have liability for these dams that they would rather not have. So a lot of them are very cooperative in finding a way to get them moved. It doesn't cost them anything.
We did a presentation at one of the previous meetings. If any of the commissioners are interested in that, I'm happy to share it, but Wildlife Commission staff did oversee several projects because we got state legislative funds that just expired this past July. And so we gave an update of the tool that Commissioner Crump mentioned, and then the projects that we were able to foster. Some of them were removal, some of them were just design, and some of them were alternative analysis. I'm happy to share that if you would like to see that.
Any other questions? Any additional topics?
We'll next call on Monty Tuck, Vice Chair for the Fisheries Committee.
Let her say now before we start. To call order the meeting, the Fisheries Committee on December 3rd, 2025. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. And at this time, I'll recognize Margaret Linger for a roll call.
I'm gonna do a roll call for Fisheries Committee members, Committee Chair John Stone, Committee Vice Chair Monty Crump,
Here.
Tommy Vogel,
Here.
Brad Stenbeck,
Here.
Hayden Rogers, John Alexander,
Here.
ex officio members Mark Craig,
Here.
and Landon Zimmer. Mr. Vice Chairman, you have.
Thank you, Margot. Please excuse me. I had thought I got over a head cold, and apparently in the last 24 hours I haven't got it. So please excuse my voice. At this time, I'll call on Jeremy McCargo and Drop Research Coordinator for the Wildlife Commission to do a presentation on Central Southern Management Area Striped Bass update.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good to see you all. Today, I'm going to share with you an update on the striped bass management in the Central Southern Management Area and discuss the proposed harvest season for 2026. The Central Southern Management Area includes all inland, joint, and coastal waters in eastern North Carolina that are not part of the Roanoke River Management Area or the Albemarle Sound Management Area. Today, though, I'll focus primarily on the Tar River and Neuse River populations, but should also note that the CSMA does include the Cape Fear River and other minor ocean tributaries as well. Striped bass stocks in coastal North Carolina are cooperatively managed with North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We work with DMF to produce an estuarine striped bass fishery management plan. The stated management goal of the FMP is to manage the estuarine striped bass fisheries to achieve self-sustaining populations that provide sustainable harvest based on science-based decision-making processes. If biological and/or environmental factors prevent a self-sustaining population, then alternate management strategies will be implemented that provide protection for and access to the resource. You may recall that the Albemarle Roanoke population is also managed by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, but the CSMA stocks, including the Tar and Neuse rivers, are not included in that interstate fishery management plan for striped bass and are not subject to management by ASMFC. We do also partner with non-governmental organizations like the North Carolina Marine and Estuary Foundation with funding for striped bass research and management. In a nutshell, the current reality of striped bass populations in the CSMA is rather bleak. We have consistently documented poor recruitment in the populations in the Tar, Neuse, and Cape Fear rivers, meaning very few young fish are produced by wild reproduction each year. In addition to low recruitment, mortality rates of striped bass were excessively high, especially when the harvest seasons were allowed. This high mortality has led to a truncated age structure, with most fish in the population being younger than age 8 years old, and very few fish older than that. The Tar, Neuse, and Cape Fear rivers have consistently been stocked with fish from Watha State Fish Hatchery or Edenton National Fish Hatchery, and annual genetic evaluations have shown that the populations in these rivers are nearly all hatchery fish. Thus, the recovery objective of a self-sustaining population has not been met. We have been stocking the Tar and Neuse rivers in particular for nearly 30 years consistently. This table is a lot of numbers, but you can see from 1993 to 2023, we stocked over almost 3 million phase 1 striped bass in the Tar-Pamlico River and about 2.4 million phase 2 striped bass, which are phase 1s are 1 to 2 inches that are stocked in the early summer, and phase 2 fish are 5 to 8 inches stocked in the fall. And then in the Neuse River, we've stocked about 2.5 million phase 1 fish over the last 28 or so years, and just over 2 million phase 2 fish in the Neuse River in that same time period. I will note that we didn't stock the Tar or the Neuse in 24 and 25 because we shifted our hatchery resources and management to stocking the Roanoke River and Albemarle Sound populations, which have also been suffering from low recruitment in the last 6 or 7 years. In 2019, striped bass harvest seasons were closed in the Tar and the Neuse rivers. In addition, the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission directed DMF to suspend usage of gill nets upstream of the ferry lines in each river in 2019 as well. The area closed to gill nets here is highlighted in red in this map. Analysis comparing data from before and after the harvest closure and the gill net prohibition was recently conducted by DMF, and WRC participated in that. And that analysis showed again that no significant population gains have occurred in the 5 years following that moratorium that was implemented in 2019. Again, we did not see any older fish recruiting to the population, suggesting that mortality is still high. We also did not document any natural recruitment in either system in any year since the moratorium. And again, nearly all the fish in the Tar and the Neuse River are stocked. But there is some evidence that fish from the Roanoke-Albemarle population do spend time in the lower portions of the Pungo, Pamlico, and Neuse Rivers during summer, fall, and winter seasons. There's a graphical representation of the population dynamics of striped bass in the Tar and Neuse River, and really just any general population of striped bass. The fishable adult population, which you'll see in the blue box, is increased, of course, by births and then immigration from other areas. And then it's decreased when fish die and leave the system. In the case of the Tar and the Neuse, we know we don't have enough reproduction to increase the population by natural spawning processes. There, however, is some seasonal migration of the Albemarle Roanoke fish into the lower portions of the Pamlico River and the Neuse River. These AR fish, again, tend to return to the Roanoke River each spring to spawn before coming back to the lower Tar and Neuse in the summer and fall and winter. So they really aren't influencing the spawning population of the Tar and the Neuse. Rather, they return to their spawning grounds on the Roanoke River. And again, we still have too many deaths occurring in the population despite the elimination of recreational and commercial harvest, as well as the removal of gill nets upstream of the ferry lines. The only source of mortality occurring now is either from catch and release fishing, some other unknown bycatch, or natural mortality, which occurs when fish die from stresses unrelated to fishing. The goal of the harvest moratorium was to protect those fish from harvest and increase the time that they spend in the water and increase the age structure of the population. Again, I mentioned that didn't happen in the 5 years since the moratorium, but here's a pictorial demonstration of why that would be important to expand the age structure as it pertains to the amount of eggs produced each year by each individual fish. An H3 striped bass, which is around 22 inches in the Neuse River, can produce around 400,000 eggs. And as that fish grows and matures to age 6, which is about 27 inches, the egg production increases to about 1.2 million eggs. And then an age 10 fish, which can be 35 inches, doubles the egg production again to around 2 million eggs. And then if we were so lucky to get an age 20 fish that's 45 inches plus, that fish can produce over 4 million eggs. So the more older, larger fish we have, then the higher egg production we can have. But again, the populations in the Tar and Neuse River are age 8 and younger, and we really don't have the massive egg production that we need to overcome what natural mortality there is of the eggs and larvae in the system. To that end, we are currently soliciting proposals to help us better understand the recruitment limitations in coastal North Carolina rivers. We plan to address questions about environmental contaminants, stream flow, egg quality, and the stocking strategies that may be hindering recruitment in the Tar and the Neuse specifically, but also the other rivers in coastal North Carolina as well. That call for proposals is currently open, and we're taking applications for research through the end of December. Because the moratorium hasn't met recovery goals of self-sustaining populations, and there isn't much more we can do besides closing harvest and stocking fish, we are recommending that we shift management back to a more to provide harvest opportunities on these stock populations. We will continue to stock and maintain fish in the systems while still continuing to study the reproductive bottlenecks, and we'll continue to monitor for improvements in natural recruitment as well as the abundance and age structure of the stock. However, we do want to provide angling opportunities with a short do no harm type season that is primarily supported again by those stocked fish. We do plan to stock the Tar and the Neuse again in 26 and 27 after having to take 2 years off in 23 or 24 and 25. We do also plan to stock the Cape Fear River occasionally, and those stockings will most likely be done by the Eatonton National Fish Hatchery. This table has changed some since we've made the presentation after consulting with our hatchery staff. Our resources and budgets are stretched quite thin, especially at the Eatonton National Fish Hatchery. So we may change the numbers and the sizes of fish that we plan to stock in the coming years. But again, we do plan to continue stocking these rivers as we move forward. So in 2026, we're proposing to open harvest season in the Tar and Neuse River basins with a temporary rule. We've worked together with DMF to provide regulatory consistency across jurisdictions so that the harvest season and regulations will be the same in inland, joint, and coastal waters in the Tar and Neuse rivers. The harvest season will occur in the middle to upper reaches of the Neuse and Tar Pamlico rivers to minimize harvest of any Albemarle Roanoke stockfish that are using the lower rivers. And I'm sure you're aware that there's currently a harvest moratorium on the Roanoke Albemarle stock as well. So we want to protect those fish that are in the lower parts of the Tar and Neuse, protect those fish from harvest. So we're recommending the harvest season occur during the month of April. The creel limit will be set at 1 fish per person per day. And the size limit will mimic what is currently in joint rules, which is an 18-inch minimum size with a protective slot of 22 to 27 inches. This will allow fish greater than 27 inches, but because this size limit is currently in joint rules of the WRC and the Marine Fisheries Commission, we aren't able to complete that process to change before the upcoming season in April of 2026. So therefore, we are mimicking that size limit that's currently implemented in joint waters to the joint rules. Again, the harvest area will be limited to areas upstream of where most of those Albemarle Roanoke fish tend to reside. And here's a map of where the harvest seasons will occur. We will open harvest in the Tar and the Neuse rivers and the tributaries upstream of the red lines on this map. So on the Tar Pamlico, the red line is down here by Gum Point, and on the Neuse River by Cooper Point and Fisher Landing Point. And those are coastal waters, but any inland and joint waters upstream of those lines in the Tar and the Neuse will be included in the harvest season in April. I'll note the map does show the Pungo River in blue, which is similar to the Pamlico and Neuse, but the Pungo River will remain closed to harvest during April. For that, I'll take any questions, and then I think Corey is up next.
How are striped bass doing in other states? I've occasionally seen it in restaurants. I believe said it was from South Carolina.
Well, in the southeastern states, basically south of the Albemarle Sound, there really are no self-sustaining migratory populations with striped bass. All the river and lake populations are supported by stocking kind of south of the Albemarle Roanoke system. The Chesapeake Bay stock and the other northern stocks are still not supported by stocking. They are, however, experiencing reproductive limitations and similar to what we've been seeing in the Roanoke and Albemarle. But most of the so there is still a commercial season on the Chesapeake Bay and other systems north of there. So some of those restaurant striped bass could be coming from those commercial fisheries. There also is a lot of hybrid striped bass fish farms that provide fish for restaurants and fish markets as well. So sometimes that might be what they're saying is striped bass is actually hybrid striped bass that are farmed. Yes, sir.
I don't know the word, but you mentioned all these millions of eggs. Do they need a male and a female, or what is the word, amorphous? Is that what it is that can do it on its own?
No, they do need the males to fertilize the eggs. So the striped bass the females will swim from the bottom of the river to the surface, releasing eggs, and a group of males will fertilize those eggs in the water as they're releasing the eggs. So it does require the males too, but typically doesn't take, the eggs are the critical component of the reproductive cycle.
I guess if it's a natural cue with the males get ready to do it, they go up there and eat and fertilize.
Yeah, the males, they'll follow those females along until they're ready to release the eggs, and they all arrive on the spawning grounds at the same time. The males will get there first actually and stay and remain and just wait for the females to come in, and then they're there ready when the females are ready.
It's interesting they refer to that as fight.
Yes, sir. That's what's locally known as rock fights, the rockfish spawning. Yep.
Recruitment is another word for reproduction, right?
Yes, that's correct. So reproduction is when the male fertilizes the egg with the sperm, and then the recruitment.
What is the current opinion as to the #1 impediment to reproduction in these rivers?
Well, we have several trains of thought, which is why we are looking at research proposals to really nail that down. One, the first train of thought, which I tried to describe with the egg slide, was we just don't have a big enough stock of enough large females to produce enough eggs for those eggs and then the larvae to survive to juveniles and the juveniles survive to adults. The issue is we don't see those juvenile striped bass in the tar and the noose. DMF started a survey about 7 years ago looking for juvenile striped bass. They've only found about 15 total, and all of those were stockfish in the tar and the noose. So
Anyway, you could buy like we did with turkeys.
to buy the big fish, there's not really a source of those fish to buy to stock. What we can do is produce the small fish in our hatcheries, and then we try to protect them to grow. But for some reason, they are spawning. We do find fertilized eggs in the Tar and the Neuse River. The numbers of those eggs are very few compared to a system like the Roanoke. But there could be issues with flow. The eggs have to maintain buoyancy as they drift down the river. If they're too heavy for the flow conditions, then they'll sink to the bottom and die. There's also an issue we're looking at with contaminants, the PFAS contaminants in particular that we've heard a lot about over the last several years. They can have in lab studies detrimental effects to egg and larval survival. So we're going to be looking at that to find out if that's really one of the causes that we're having such poor reproduction.
When you face the principal cost of the fact that we have so few mature fish, female fish.
Well, the reason we don't have many mature fish is because they're not being produced naturally, and we can only stock as many as we can, and the ones that are there are fish that we stocked, and then they survive.
A long period.
Yes, sir. A long time we've been basically providing a population of fish in the Tar and the Neuse with stocking.
There's no more gill nets in the tar and noose, right?
Well, that prohibition of gill nets has also been removed. So now the gill nets will be allowed.
Why are we stocking them if they're going to be putting the gill nets back out?
Well, that's a fair question. The main reason we're stocking is again to provide fish in the systems, and we're proposing to open the recreational season so that our recreational anglers can partake of those stocked fish.
I'm assuming DMF got the same information we've got here today, right?
Oh, yes.
I mean, the total loss.
And the gill net seasons that could be open will be for the shad fishery in the spring, and they're subject to distance from shore requirements and other requirements to minimize bycatch of striped bass and other non-target species. But again, that's their rules and their management to try to concentrate those gill net fisheries on the fish that they're attempting to harvest and minimize bycatch.
I mean, so we got a cost benefits analysis here of stocking, and we're still got gill nets out. That's now not a huge impediment to the recruitment and getting the females out there you need.
Studies done by DMF show that with the certain rules on the location and how they fish the gill nets, that bycatch is relatively minimal. But again,
it always is. I can say that, you can't. And I see the look on your face, you agree, but, and I understand you can't.
Well,
I can.
You can tell he's our past chairman.
Steve, you got a comment there, bud?
Well, what'd you say? Throw a $10 bill and burn it? Yeah. You're throwing a hell of a lot more than a $10 bill. If we're stocking and they putting gill nets out, I mean, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Maybe marine fisheries should be paying for the stocking, right?
I agree. But you want to stock them there anyway, whoever pays it, so they go into an area, they got a better chance to survive. I know without gill net.
Somebody else had their hands up. Go ahead, Steve.
I just think you're throwing good money out the bank. Everything he said up there, and then you get, and again, you can't say this, we understand that. But DMF running nets across the damn river doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It just doesn't make sense. If we're paying for stocking it, why in the world And I understand, Monty, I do. I'm just bent. I apologize. No,
Let me ask you this question.
I
So
don't want to be the only one.
when
here.
we're stocking, I mean, is this kind of like our trout? It's a put and take?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's,
It's a put, grow and take fish. It's not a put and take, it's a put, grow and take, meaning that they're going in small, they gotta grow up and then anglers can take it.
Right.
Right now, with the moratorium as of 2019, it's a put, grow and die. That's what it's been. You know, these animals have been in the system, but we've been trying to get recovery. That's what Jeremy's talking about. We've been beating our heads against a wall basically for 30+ years.
So
And it's not
here's
working.
my question, and this is not directed at, this is for every fish guy sitting at the wall. We're wasting our time?
Well, that depends on how you look at it. You know, from a guy that grew up in eastern North Carolina and striped bass were critically important to the ecosystem, I don't think it is a waste of time. You're providing an opportunity for anglers in the state.
So right now we got a moratorium, so we're not supplying an opportunity.
No, sir.
So we're putting the fish in there. So you just said before this, we're putting them and killing them.
Put, grow and die. Yeah, I mean, hoping for recovery.
Right.
You know, the opportunity was to allow more fish to get bigger and provide.
The gill nets are just coming in this year.
Correct.
That's
They've
new.
been gone as well.
Well, that fixed the problem with the gill nets not being there. I'm not saying the gill net, I'm not in favor of the gill nets, but
It does, I will put it this way, it does not seem to be a fishing mortality problem. It seems to be some sort of natural mortality problem when it comes to recovery efforts. We don't, I like being brutally honest, and people know this about me. We don't know the answer right now. That's the issue at hand, is we do not know the answer that is preventing recovery. We have a lot of hypotheses and a lot of theories, but we just do not know the answer. We've been stocking for 30 years and that has not worked. And so this is a change and shift of mindset.
When you say put, grow, and die, at what age are they dying? How long do they grow? How long will they live to grow?
Most of these fish in the tar and the dunes are not living much past age 8.
Much past what?
Age 8. Yeah.
8.
So we have a mortality problem, an adult mortality problem, and we have a reproduction problem. That's what we have
in there at age 1, 2.
Oh, yeah, 1 or less. Yeah, they're basically, a phase 2 is 6 months old and a phase 1 is a month.
Making it 8 years or 6 to 8 years.
Which that we're stocking are, but we are not having any natural reproduction that we can tell.
What's caused them to die at 8 years? What is the average length at 8 years?
I'll let him say that.
8 years, they're probably around 30 to 35 inches, which is a big fish, but migratory wild stocks of striped bass in good habitats can live 20+ years and be 45 inches to 40 and 50 pounds. So their life expectancy is much longer than 8 years. But at that point, the fish leave the estuarine environment and move to Atlantic Ocean and migrate with the Atlantic migratory stock and find cooler water and better food resources that allows them to grow to those large sizes. We don't have a lot of information that says that the stocked fish that are in the tar and the noose live that long and make that migratory exit of the system like the Albemarle Roanoke fish do to mingle with that Atlantic stock.
And how old do they have to be to reproduce?
Most of the females are mature at age 3 in the tar and the noose, but definitely all of the females are mature by age 4, and some can reproduce even at age 2. But it's generally 3 to 4 is when they're reproductively mature.
We stand a better chance of recovery if we put all of our stocking in the Roanoke, get those numbers higher.
Well, we stocked the Roanoke for 3 years together with the Edenton National Fish Hatchery. We're going to evaluate those stockings for the next 6 to 8 years to see if those fish had any impact into the wild population. But what we really don't want to do is create another stocked population in the Roanoke, which we know is capable of reproduction and recruitment when the habitat and when the conditions are right for that. We've seen this trend before in the 70s and early 80s where they went 6 and 7 years without producing good year classes. And then we made some management changes. We also made some changes to water quality, and they were able to quickly rebound to the population that we remember the Roanoke supported. And I think we'll be back in that, the Roanoke has that potential to do that on its own. The stocking was just really an experiment to supplement some of those low recruitment years just to see if it makes any difference.
So are striped bass the only fish that's having an issue in these rivers, or? So,
I mean, that's a long story. Makes it really long. I mean, river herring. It's been gone.
so I mean, my question, like, if we're gonna put striped bass, do we need to put something in there for them to eat? Is that part of the problem? Is they don't have enough forage to survive it?
That's one of the- I mean, that's one of the theories. One of the theories is the loss of river herring has created a collapse of the striped bass fishery because they go hand in hand. River herring come first, stripers come behind them, and then river herring babies go out and striper babies go behind them. So, I mean, that's one of the theories, but that's.
Well, I mean, I guess here's where
We're
I'm
working
at.
on river herring as well.
Good.
It's not that we haven't ignored river herring.
Right.
We do monitor them and survey them, but we've had presentations here on river herring where it went from millions of pounds being harvested commercially to nothing in like a few years. So an utter collapse of the fishery. So,
I mean, I'm maybe a little different. Most folks in here don't mean what everybody values y'all's opinion, but like, y'all need to voice your opinion. If y'all think we're headed down a futile path, I think you need to say, guys, this path isn't working, and at what point in time do we pull back and, let's figure it out before we just keep throwing more $10 bills at it. That's not gonna fix the problem.
well, the stocking is what the stockings allow us to do. One, it provides a fishery for the public, but it allows us to keep animals on the landscape in order to do the research. If we pull out stocking, if we decide if you all decide as a commission to not stock these animals, then our laboratory's gone.
Right.
Because we've proven that in the tar noose, the animals are basically ours. They're human introduced animals. They're not naturally reproduced. So if we pull that out, then we will not have the experimental laboratory to do the research, figure out what's going on. That's the long-term goal, is still restoration, but it's way out. It's gonna be beyond our time, to be honest with you. Unless some magic bullet comes along.
So you describe it very questionable cost benefit, but the benefit too is we're putting, like you made the reference to trout, we're putting something out there we saw earlier how many fishing licenses we sell. That's a consideration.
So this keeps us in the game.
It does.
Correct.
Speaking of Commissioner Boyle's point, I think this presentation and Corey's next is we're voicing our opinion and making the change, because we did try for 30 years trying to recover it in a natural way. It's not working. So we got set aside federal aid money. We're gonna do research to hopefully get better at the answer. But in the meantime, what we're saying is we don't just want to keep throwing fish out there for nothing. We want to put fish out there that are getting to be a pretty good size, that people do catch, that they can catch harvest versus catch.
And I'm different a lot of, like, I like to hear Dave, throw another couple $1 million at us and we think we can make a difference. Or it's gonna give us more data quicker. I'd rather put a little more money to the equation if it sped up the return of information, especially if it's forage, we need to put some more shiners in here. We need to, I don't care what but get that answer a little quicker. If we can throw a little money at it, get a quicker answer, I'd like to know that as well.
Well, I'd say over 30 years, we've learned some environmental factors, right? Like water quality, like we gathered data that.
Yeah, there's specific flow rates that they prefer. There's water temperatures they prefer, the water quality. No. Well, that was my question. You said water quality was a large factor. I guess does the hurricanes, flash flooding and all that, I'm sure that sets you guys back, or does it not? Generally hurricanes, well, flash flooding, those things. Once again, that is a natural phenomenon that these animals have adapted to. Okay. And so they're very used to that. And so what that can do is it can depress a particular year class because hurricanes come in the fall and those are when their juveniles are out migrating out the river. So it can depress a year class. So if you had, hurricane after hurricane, that could potentially be a problem, but that's generally not what we think.
Any further questions, Jerry? Because we can move on to your recommendation, right? Brad, you have something?
No, sir.
No, Brad.
A few years ago, one of the updates said that dam releases during spawning season were inadequate and just wasn't enough flow rate. Has that been corrected at all?
I mean, Jeremy we can move on, but Jeremy, that's one of his parts of his job is he specifically is in contact with the dam operators, whether that be the Corps and Dominion on the Roanoke, or whether that be the Corps on the Noose or the Cape Fear. He's working with that all the time, trying to get specific flow rates in the spring of the year. So he is doing that. Yeah, absolutely. And it has gotten better for sure.
Okay, if you'll move on to your rulemaking proposal.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the opportunity. This is for notice of text, and if the committee agrees to this today, it will move forward to the business meeting tomorrow. As Jeremy mentioned, this will establish a harvest season from April 1st to April 30th in the inland waters of the Tar Pamlico and its tributaries upstream of a line shore to shore between Gum Point and Fort Point. It'll establish that same season in the inland waters of the Neuse River and its tributaries upstream of a line from shore to shore between Cooper Point and Fisher Landing Point. The daily creel limit for striped bass and its hybrids will be 1 fish in aggregate. There will be a minimum size limit of 18 inches. No fish may be possessed between 22 and 27. As Jeremy mentioned, this is the joint rule that is currently on the books. We would like for this rule to be a little bit different, and in the future it probably will be. But for now, because of the joint rule and not being able to address the joint rule at this moment, this is what we're suggesting. Division Marine Fisheries is also going to change their regulations in coastal fishing waters to match our rules. Since the regulation already exists in joint waters, the season will be opened in April by proclamation, both from us and from the Division Marine Fisheries.
By rule, notice of text, rule, there's by proclamation.
Theirs would likely be by proclamation. Yes, sir.
Joint orders, it will be by proclamation.
Yeah. It's up to them whether they on the coastal side or whether they proclamate it or whether they do rule. My guess is they'll probably proclamate.
I got a question, and I hate to back up. I know
you're fine.
So they're going to put gill nets to catch what?
Generally it's shad nets.
Or does that mean shad in the river?
Oh yeah, yeah, hickory shad.
Striped bass don't care for hickory shad?
They do. Yeah.
I'm just trying to help figure out here what if forage is a problem or we're taking out what they're eating with gill nets, why did they decide to put gill nets back in? Is that population really done really well?
What population? The hickory shad? Hickory shad seem to be doing fine. Yes, sir. Yeah, hickory shad don't seem to be having any issues. It's the one anadromous species. I'm like, it's winning. If we could all mimic hickory shad's life. Well, it was winning when gill nets were there before. So.
If other questions?
Yeah, gill nets were only gone since 2019. So.
They're going back in when?
They just lifted that just recently. I can't remember the date, but it was their last meeting, I believe, is when they lifted it.
Is there a daily limit to the gill net harvest?
On hickory shad?
Yes.
I believe there's a poundage limit. I don't think it's daily. I think it's a poundage. There's a quota that they meet. I don't know the quota off the top of my head. There is not an open striped bass season. Well, a commercial quota for striped bass. I believe they're allowing the same limit that's here for commercial fishermen. If they interact with one fish, they can keep that one fish. The commercial fishermen can. So they're like before 2019, I believe the poundage was somewhere in the low 20,000s. for commercial harvest for striped bass, they're not allowing that. So it's just one fish.
Probably need to move on. I think we've hashed this out pretty good. So it's your recommendation that we move forward, that we have a motion to move this notice of text.
Yes.
Or business agenda, it's Exhibit H.
Yes.
Motion to that effect, please. From the Fisheries Committee.
I move.
Got a motion.
Second.
Got a motion. Brad, seconded by Alexander to move this to forward tomorrow. It's Exhibit H. Any further comment or question? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
One more thing I forgot to mention, mandatory harvest just started December 1st, mandatory harvest reporting in basically all the coastal rivers for the most part. I mean, there's a map, but anyway, striped bass is one of those species that's involved. That's also red drum, flounder, spotted sea trout, and gray trout or weak fish. So just letting you know that it is in place now as of December 1st. So
Thank you. Corey, at this time, I recognize District A biologist, fisheries biologist, David Godfrey. Godfrey to evaluate, give us a presentation evaluating the Helene impacts of Western North Carolina small bass population. David, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, appreciate the opportunity this morning to talk to the Fisheries Committee, our commissioners, and certainly our executive leadership team. I guess that presentation will, there it is. Okay. There's a lot of y'all in here. So anyway, topic of today will center around something that impacted many of us in the western part of the state a little over a year ago. Tropical Storm Helene has been categorized as the most devastating natural disaster in Western North Carolina's history. And so when you hear those words, obviously it causes one to take pause, but to experience them and actually go through an event like that takes on an entirely different meaning in retrospect. And you start to understand and make sense of the statistics that followed in the aftermath of this historic storm. Arguably, the hardest hit district in the state was District 8, whether it was the Rocky Broad system upstream of Lake Lure in Rutherford County, or the Apocatawba River Basin in McDowell and Burke counties, or what we're going to talk about today, the Upper Nolichucky River Basin in Avery, Yancey, and Mitchell counties. You didn't have to look far to understand the impacts in District 8. And so I kind of categorize the bullseye being Yancey County. And so we'll begin there this morning. This is the general area of Yancey County in northwestern North Carolina, very rural community, if we can call it that way, only 19,000 residents, give or take. It is home to Mount Mitchell State Park, which is the highest peak east of the Mississippi River, known for its scenic overlooks, excellent hiking opportunities, quality fishing, both that and Pisgah National Forest within Yancey County, wild trout destinations at the top of the list. But as those wild trout streams kind of make their way down these mountain systems and kind of level out, so to speak, they generally warm up, and thus they create these quality riverine smallmouth bass populations. The town of Burnsville indeed is the county seat. It's kind of nestled there in the middle of the county. You can kind of see in that bottom right figure somewhere between the Cane River community to the west and the Crabtree communities to the east. When we talk about impacts from Hurricane Helene, I think we have to start with total rainfall estimates and really look at these across the general path and trajectory of this storm. North Carolina and Yancey County was hit the hardest. It took the top record there at almost 31 inches of rainfall. Really hard to get your mind around rainfall estimates like that until you, again, see and observe the type of impact of that. The next closest contender there was South Carolina at Sunfish Mountain near Greenville. And then from there, you go down the list. But I would like to point out, if you look at this intensity map, kind of this rainfall and precipitation amounts, that kind of fluorescent green color, we can say indicative there in Western North Carolina, is Yancey County, the Mount Mitchell area in a sense. But looking around that, you see those different color codes. And so it wasn't just 31 inches localized. For instance, in Mitchell County, Spruce Pine received 24 inches. We're over 2 feet. So you have more than South Carolina right there. You look at the CeeLo community, 27 inches, also in the South Toe general area. So there was water pouring all through these particular river systems at historic levels, kind of exacerbating what was going on, leading to these detrimental effects in these communities. Other impacts in Yancey County were immense. Mount Mitchell also received the highest wind gust of any place at 106 miles per hour. The Salto River reached an all-time historic record of gauge height, almost 9 feet over the historic previous record. So not 9 inches, but 9 feet. That's saying something. Over 200 landslides occurred in the county. 1,400 homes were completely destroyed. Another 2,300 homes were severely damaged. And tragically, 10 individuals lost their life as a result of this storm in Yancey County, 8 of which were due directly to flooding type incidences. This is Yancey County as a whole. And so the natural questions to us as natural resource managers started once these communities started to recover, regain some sense of normalcy, infrastructure started to be reestablished and rebuilt, was how did the aquatic fauna fare, right? I mean, that's where we come in. And from day one, Thomas Johnson and myself tried to outline a research narrative, if you will, to start to answer these type of questions, especially considering we've never seen a storm like this ever in Western North Carolina's history. When we talk about native smallmouth bass populations, 3 major rivers emerge in Yancey County. This green highlighted area is the North Toe River. It's a much larger river system than either the Cane River here in Orange or the Salto River community. Drains about 3 counties worth, Avery, Yancey, and Mitchell, 3 times the water area, then the Cane River and Salto. But both the Cane and River and Salto rivers kind of originate its headwaters off Mount Mitchell. And so most meteorologists and climatologists try to understand and keep us abreast of actually what happened in this general area that resulted in so much rainfall, localized rainfall in these Black Mountain areas. And it was something to the form of orographic rainfall. So as this moist air moved across this mountainous area, that air was forced to rise over these mountains. As it rose, it cooled. As it cooled, it condensed and kind of exacerbated the rainfall estimates. So in a sense, that 31 inches that I mentioned previously occurred in the Salto River area. So although there weren't any gauges on the Cane River side, it's completely plausible that that area received just as much, if not more, rainfall than the Salto River area. So if that's true, you had 31 inches of water coming off the east slope of Mount Mitchell, 31 inches, give or take, on the Cane River side, meeting the North Toe River. And thus you get that 50 to 60 feet rise of flood water, sometimes that I visually saw in the North Toe area, just immense amounts of water coming down these systems. Today's talk, I'm going to focus on 2 native populations here, and that is the Cane River in orange and the North Toe River population in green. We'll begin with the Cane River population, the lower 28 miles of that river. They say pictures are worth 1,000 words. This is about a month or so after Tropical Storm Helene came through this area. This is an over-widened channel, about 3 times the size of what it should be. We have federal contractors in here trying to reestablish and remove some of this material in order to get that channel back to where it should be. I took this picture out the passenger side window of Highway 19W. This highway was completely decimated during this event, and it was estimated at the time that it would cost around $1 billion alone just to repair it. It was completely annihilated. Every bridge in this area pretty much was gone, homes, infrastructure, and what have you. Moving down the system in general, these were common scenes. This is steel I-beams that were in the shape of pretzels, showing the enormity and velocity of how much water was coming through here in a general sense. Anything in its path was really literally removed from the system. Boulders that I had fished beside for many years, the size of cars, literally removed from the system. That's how much water and intensity of that water was coming through this river corridor. This is down near the community of Ramsey Town. And you can see again an over-widened channel. But something noteworthy to mention here is if you look downstream, especially on this right side of your screen, that is 19W that has been repaved. This picture was taken this summer. So believe it or not, that entire road network has been repaved and resurfaced. But if you look along that river bend where you see that immense level of gravel and material kind of stabilizing the bank, you have visibility there of about 1 mile and 1.5 miles. And there are very few trees left on that entire area. This is a typical scene in this particular river system. And so you have instability there, no trees, no roots along this riparian corridor to buffer against the next round of floods. And not only to mention that, you have a completely open canopy. So now we have temperature problems, more sunlight exposure, and we have this system heating rather rapidly, maybe on a historic level that it's never seen before. So it's not just the storm impacts, it's the aftermath and the possibilities of what generally follows an event like this. It also bridged some concern. What did the Cane River look like before? These are some pictures that I took back in maybe 2009, 2010, completely forested canopy, some of the most beautiful habitat for a river smallmouth population you can imagine. Boulders, bedrock shelves, river run pool complexes throughout its river system. Just really a haven for smallmouth bass. Fish like this commonly caught in this particular river. And by my own judgment, this fishery was probably the top riverine smallmouth bass fishery in the state prior to Tropical Storm Helene. We have sampled this fishery since 2009 and performed our fish monitoring surveys. And so we really wanted to look at this after Helene to see what type of impact occurred in the Cane River. We try to be consistent with our effort where we spend 40 to 50 hours of effort on this particular system. We try to measure and weigh all smallmouth bass we caught. But when we talk about the Cane River, really we're talking about numbers. This was a very action-oriented fishery. High catch rates, you're catching a lot of fish. It's almost unbelievable at times to understand how many smallmouth bass were actually in this particular river. And so that's really what we wanted to hone in on and show this morning over time. And so these are catch rates according to our data since 2009. And that letter A against the first 5 values there indicates that there is no statistical difference in those values from one year to the next. That vertical line there in red is Tropical Storm Helene, and we see a 78% significant decline in the abundance of smallmouth bass in this system after the hurricane. So the glass is either half full and half empty, based on how you interpret that. You could say half full, well, there's 22% of the smallmouth left. Half empty will say there are 22% of the smallmouth left. So it depends on how you interpret this, but having been on this river, knowing it very intimately the last 17 years of my career, it is a substantial change. And many times you have to walk as much as 200 to 300 yards just to get to another hole that there could be a smallmouth bass holding in that particular area. But they are still there, and so that's a very good thing, but just very, very much fewer smallmouth bass in that particular system. Let's move on to a larger river system in the North Toe River. These are pictures after Helene in Spruce Pine community where it was completely flooded. That's the iconic walking bridge there in the top right that takes you from Riverside Park over to Lower Street where all the businesses and community endeavors took place. Completely flooded and destroyed during this. The picture on the left is the Ingalls parking lot adjacent to the river. That building is still condemned, is no longer serviceable. But again, historic flooding there in Spruce Pine as well. One thing we have on the North Toe River fishery that we did not necessarily have on the Cane River is lots of data. It's one thing to have 5 years of data that we just shared on the Cane River. We've sampled the North Toe annually since 2011, or tried to when conditions allowed us to. And because of that, we've personally handled almost 3,000 adult smallmouth bass during this time frame. And we've also done shoreline electrofishing, backpack electrofishing surveys in the fall months to kind of index recruitment. Jeremy was talking about recruitment for striped bass. We kind of do the same thing on a juvenile level for these guys to see how the spawn was the spring previous. And so we've done that also annually since 2011 to get a sense of the spawning strength over time. And this does give us long data sets. And so how did this major river seem to respond? Well, to our surprise, there was not much difference in the abundance of smallmouth bass after Helene than there was before. In fact, what we actually collected this past year was right in line with that 15-year historic mean you see there on that horizontal dashed line. It was pretty shocking. When we look at the sizes of fish, again, very similar, especially the values since 2016, where we basically saw no difference in the sizes of smallmouth bass following this historic flooding potential as well. There were large fish, there were small fish. And then lastly, I want to show our last figure here talking about the adult fish population was condition. And so when we talk about condition, we're talking about plumpness. How large are these fish? Have they been at the all-you-can-eat buffet, or they've been eating a carrot every now and then? And so values closer to 100 indicate optimal condition. That's what you'd like to see. These river populations, you're just not going to see that. We do not have the amount of nutrients, the productivity, growing season alone where a river smallmouth bass will be anywhere near 100. But in general, what we saw after Helene was a population that was in decent condition, considering any other sample year that we've seen indicating they had adequate forage, not only to pass through that event, but to persist after that event had passed. This was pretty shocking, at least to us, especially considering what we saw in the Cane River. But what was more impressive is when we looked at the recruitment potential of what happened after Tropical Storm Helene to be the highest on record that we've seen in 13 years of doing this. So not only did those adults survive through this event, they were able to spawn, and those juvenile fish actually recruited to our gear the following fall. So what's the difference here? In many respects, the habitat, in my opinion, is better after Helene than it was before. If you go along the stream edges where these little guys like to hang out, the habitat that they have is far superior than what they had because of Helene. Beautiful gravel bars, things that they can tuck under, boulders that were exposed that were not there before, leading to this compensatory spawn, as we may call it, leading after an event like this at an all-time high. So in closing, we have really the tale of two rivers. What does the worst storm in modern time do to a smallmouth bass population? Well, the answer is it depends. Cane River situation, things are not good where you have a 78% reduction in abundance of smallmouth bass in that system. North Toe population fared extremely well, seeing all-time high values, especially in spawning classes on record in the 13 years that we've been doing this. And so the future, I believe, is good for the North Toe. Cane River is still undecided, but this is just year one. And so we plan to do this for the next 3 to 5 years to really build that trend and consistency data that we need to determine the true effects of an event like this long-term in riverine populations. With that, I appreciate everyone's attention and the time to speak, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
A lot of information, Dan's very well. Great job. Anybody have any questions? We got 2 more presenters and almost out of time. Does anybody has a pressing question here? Good enough. Thank you, David, very much. Okay, Catherine and Corey, I don't know how long your presentations were, but be mindful of time, maybe 5 to 6 minutes apiece. Okay, good.
I will do my best to speed up. Hello again. Again, my name is Catherine and I'm the lead social scientist. So I'm going to be talking about another project that I've recently been working on, focusing on our black bass anglers. So when we talk about black bass for the purposes of this presentation, we are talking about the 4 main species in North Carolina. So your largemouth, smallmouth, spotted, and Alabama. And these are incredibly accessible fisheries, right? You've got a largemouth bass in nearly every lake and pond in the state. So the black bass anglers are one of the largest angling groups, but limited information exists about these folks particularly. So we wanted to figure out, what do they think? What are their thoughts? So we did have a number of research objectives on this project, but I'll speak about 4 today. So first of all, understanding their motivations, preferences, and fishing habits. Second, determining their overall satisfaction levels. Identifying preferred communication channels for their fishing information. And finally, to estimate their angler trip and equipment expenditures and resulting economic contributions. This again was an online survey hosted on Qualtrics. It was open from July to December of last year. We sent out 3 emails, a full survey packet, and a push to web letter, as we discussed earlier. That is a letter we send out with a link and a QR code and an access code. And in total, we received 3,808 responses for a 20% response rate, which is pretty consistent with our fisheries surveys and our angling surveys. So the first question asked respondents to tell us what freshwater fish they fished for. in the last 12 months. So they were able to select all of the species. Notably, 65% of respondents fished for some or all of the black bass species, followed by crappie and panfish. Next, we asked them of the three main groups here. So your largemouth, smallmouth, and we lumped Alabama and spotted together due to the difficult nature of telling them apart. Of those, which ones did they fish for? 96 of black bass anglers fished for largemouth bass, followed by smallmouth at 41 and 20 at Alabama were spotted. And then following this question, if they selected more than one, which one do they prefer to fish for? If they could pick one, which one? And 83% indicated largemouth bass. So we wanted to figure out, are they a harvest oriented or a catch oriented group? So we asked them if they mostly take home or release the fish that they catch. And 88% are primarily practicing catch and release. So they're not taking the fish out of the lakes. Speaking of, we asked them what water body types they are fishing in. So primarily it's lakes and reservoirs with 78%, followed by ponds at 56 and rivers for 49. We asked what kind of vessel they fish from the most often. So the most common trip that they take, 65% are using a motorized boat of some kind, followed by 19% bank or wade fishing. So moving on to that second objective, we asked them how satisfied they've been with their black bass fishing experience in general in North Carolina. And the majority were somewhat or very satisfied, which is good and consistent. In the interest of time, I will spend very little moments here, but basically what this is saying is we asked all of the items here on the screen, we asked respondents to rank the importance of these and their satisfaction of these on a scale of 1 to 5. So everything in that top right quadrant here, this keep up the good work category, are all things that have high importance to our respondents, but they're also very satisfied with it. And notably, there's nothing in this concentrate here section, which indicates low satisfaction, but high importance. So continuing on, we asked them how they would like to receive information about black bass fishing in North Carolina. And the three most common answers here were our regulations digest or brochure, our website, and emails from us. So they'd like to hear from us about black bass fishing. So thinking about the money, I know everyone loves to talk about the money. So your average black bass angler is spending 24 days a year black bass fishing, and they take 10 trips away from their home. The average group size is 2 anglers, so they're typically fishing with one other person. And we estimate that there are 711,593 black bass anglers in North Carolina. So thinking about all of that together, that means that anglers spent over 17 million days fishing for black bass last year. So now the big dollar sign, how much money are they spending? So average trip expenditures are 1.1 billion. And your equipment expenditures are 1.3 billion. So your trip expenditures are things that are trip specific: gas in your boat, gas in your car, bait, things that you're going to use and usually use up. And equipment expenditures are things that you'd use over multiple trips. So your boat, your kayak, probably a car to tow said boat. So that comes to a total economic expenditures of $2.4 billion. And that leads to a total economic contribution of $2.6 billion. So in conclusion, black bass anglers represent a large portion of our inland anglers. They have an economic contribution of $2.6 billion. Black bass anglers are relatively satisfied with their fishing experiences in North Carolina. And they're not generally harvest oriented. So black bass species are not being taken and removed from the ecosystem. With that, I don't think I have any time for questions, but I feel like I flew through it. So maybe.
Good job. Any questions for Kathy? Here, no, thank you, Kathy. Okay, Corey, you're up to hatchery renovation updates, and I'm assuming we're discussing sensor.
Yes, and others. Just want to briefly talk about what's going on in the West with our hatcheries, our trout hatcheries. Armstrong State Fish Hatchery is really close to being fully restored. We're working on the last intake now, and after we get that established, that will provide water into the fish house there. And then what's left is paving the road. and we'll be done. So that's good news. Both the upper end and the lower end raceways are fully operational. We do have fish on the property and are stocking streams this fall, and we'll be stocking streams next spring because, with that. We did, purchase Glady Fork in, I believe, October. So Glady Fork Fish Hatchery is now under our possession. We will begin using that. In fact, we're moving fish out of there that were on the property to Armstrong Fish Hatchery here in the next week. But then we'll be moving fish from Setzer as a part of the shutdown to Glady Fork to have fish there to stock out next spring. And then finally, Setzer will be, we're already in the process of shutting everything down. We are moving fish rapidly to Armstrong, and we'll continue to do that at Glady Fork as well. And we hope to be under construction sometime late January, early February. So that's the updates. If you have any questions about that, I'd be glad to answer those. But that's the updates on the hatcheries.
Hearing none, any other business? Hearing none, meeting is adjourned. Over to the chair.
Thank you, sir. We will break for lunch and reconvene at 1:15. Get lunch arrived.
Yeah,
It's in the room behind you, so y'all help yourself.
it's on the ground floor.
On the ground floor. Excuse me. It's on the ground floor. That's part,
Thank you, Mark.
This meeting is being streamed live and recorded for the public record. Recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. That I'm opening up the meeting of migratory birds and waterfowl. And I'd like to call on Margot Minkler for the roll call.
Good afternoon. Going to do a roll call for our migratory bird and waterfowl committee members. Committee Chair, John Coley.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair, Wes Seegers. John Alexander.
Here.
Mike Alford. Joe Budd.
Here.
Justin Boyd. And ex officio members Mark Craig
Here.
and Landon Zimmer.
Here. Thank you, Margo.
Chairman Young.
Thanks. At this point, I'd like to call on Chris Turner, our game birds and wildlife health supervisor.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, glad to have a chance to talk to the committee today, and look forward to giving a migratory game bird update. But first thing I want to do is to make a quick introduction. Want to introduce Fran Farley, who is our migratory game bird biologist, who has been in that position now since September 29th. So she comes to the agency with a master's degree from the University of Missouri at Columbia, from working on Atlantic Brant. She brings with her a high level of wildlife experience, a diverse experience, and a deep passion for our waterfowl species and their management. So really a great opportunity that we all have to work together. You'll be hearing quite a bit from her over the next few years, hopefully. And as she continues to work with our waterfowl biologists, WRC staff, our commissioners, and the Atlantic Flyway biologists, service biologists, and all the other ones who help us to move our migratory game bird program forward into the future. We're excited for that time. So we appreciate the opportunity to make that introduction. And you'll be hearing from Fran a little bit more here in just a few minutes. She has a part of this update. So I'm going to give a preview of some of the items that you will be hearing from a little bit later in the year when we address our migratory game bird gun season frameworks. Most of the framework changes are just calendar date changes, so nothing real heavy there. But it did have two significant things to bring up to you for your radar as a preview. So we have some time to think about these things as we prepare for the next steps. Staff recommendations are compiled. They'll go out for public comment for 2 weeks, starting in mid-February. through the first week of March. And once we get those comments back, then we will bring the staff recommendations and public comment back to you for discussion and approval in April. So, the first item that I wanted to bring up was that there is a Northeast Canada goose hunt zone change. That's the goose hunt zone in the northeast corner of the state, District 1 counties. Most of those counties are in that goose zone, particularly the easternmost counties and the Outer Banks. That is one of the places we still get Atlantic population of Canada geese that migrate down and winter there. So we get the edge of that population migration that winter in our Northeast Canada goose hunt zone. So we've got a change that would come. We would keep a 30-day season, but we have an opportunity to go from a 1 bird bag limit to a 2 bird bag limit, daily limit. So I'll get into more of that in just a second, give you some details on that. But I'll also be touching base about the light goose population change and conservation order changes that we'll be looking at here for this coming discussion. You kind of see here some of the bullets. What we've seen is a population estimate that in 2025 was below the objective for the snow goose population, and there's a opportunity and a time now to lift the conservation order based on that reduced population that by design through the conservation order that is now being achieved. So just want to kind of touch base about a couple of those things regarding the conservation order. And I'll go back to the Northeast Canada goose hunt zone. Where the change comes from, we wouldn't change the number of days in that season, but we can change the bag limit from 1 to 2. That's based on the integrated population model that is used to come up with harvest strategies for the Atlantic population of Canada geese. That is the best model that we have in order to inform harvest decisions. And the reason that model is the best one is because it uses all the population dynamic criteria that we understand and survey and monitor for that the Atlantic population of Canada geese. So that would include not just abundance through surveys, but it also that model includes fecundity, it includes productivity of that flock, and it also includes survival from banding and those recoveries that we receive during our hunting seasons. So the model itself is a really robust model that is preferable to just taking one of those criteria and trying to make informed harvest decisions that way. So based on that model, the 2025 population was estimated to be 163,500 breeding pairs within that Atlantic population of Canada geese. So that population actually exceeds the 160,000 breeding pairs that is the threshold to move to a more liberal season structure, season opportunity. So that's where that change comes from. There certainly has been discussion about the liberal aspect of that, but we're really relying on and trusting on this model because it really ties everything together very well from a harvest standpoint and understanding what we need to do and where we need to go with that. So you can see down below within the Northeast hunt zone, the number of days would not change, but the daily bag of 2 certainly can change as that liberal framework was adopted within the flyway. So we can talk more on that later on, but it did want to put that on your radar. Regarding the conservation order, I think the important thing is to remember that the conservation order, it is allowed by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act to allow additional harvest of overabundant species like snow geese have been for quite a while. When the regulated season cannot manage the overabundant species, the conservation order basically allows additional opportunity in order to bring that number down. That opportunity doesn't just include extended time period of hunting. It also includes additional methods of hunting that can fall outside of the regulated duck season, waterfowl seasons. So what we have seen was some concern that came up regarding we've actually gone below the population objective for the breeding population of snow geese for the first time since 1993. And I think that highlighted the fact that our conservation order, it was time to lift that, because it has assisted us in accomplishing that goal of putting the population back where it is within the objective, so that it's not considered overabundant anymore. The problem with overabundant snow geese is that they impact tundra breeding habitats. They impact the vegetation there. They impact subarctic areas. They also impact agricultural areas and marshes. You know, when you've got too many geese for the resources that are available, you can have long-term impacts there. So, you know, the change in the conservation order, I think the discussion started in 2025 with that population estimate, but the 2025 regulations were already published and included the 2026 conservation order season, which will run, or it's already in the digest for this coming year, for this winter. So the Flyway has requested a delay in the 2027 conservation order announcement until a spring 2026 population estimate is available. And so there's a need to advertise in our upcoming digest that there may be a change in the conservation order, that order may be lifted. So we would let our hunters know that, and that way they can understand what might be coming. The good thing is that we have some flexibility. We have some flexibility in our regular season under federal frameworks in order to offset some of the later season. You know, we can actually move our regular season a little bit later and shift it, and actually use more of those hunting days that are allowed during the regular season, you know, coming up if the order is lifted. So, you know, I think what you see here is what it may look like when we look at shifting the conservation order season away and relying on a regular season. We can actually use more of our available days, but shift it later on into March. So that would be a discussion that would come up when we talk about our gun season frameworks. There will be an additional survey for the 2026 conservation order assessment. And once we do that, once that is done, then we'll have an idea of what needs to happen with the conservation order, whether it will continue or whether it will be lifted. So we certainly have some good options there when it comes down to working within our regular framework. So that's all I had. Are there any questions? Any questions on that? Yes, sir.
On that, so if it does be where we're losing the 18 days, did you say that we get to decide within the framework when those days fall within the season, or do they have to come off of the March days? Or do you not know yet?
So you're talking about the regular light goose season, how we could shift it?
If we would lose the 18 days, if that order were to be, you know, such that we lose those, do we have our ability to choose when those 18 days are, like at the front of the season, the back of the season, or how does that work, or how would that work, if you
Yeah, if here on this, I brought the slide back up, but our framework we can work within is October 1st to March 10th on the regulated, our federal frameworks that we work within. So March 10th would be the latest date that we could go to, but we could be as early as October 1st. But you can only have up to 107 days, that are available. So I think there's some flexibility in when we might shift that. And I think that would be part of the discussion that we would have when it comes to a staff recommendation for shifting the regular season. Yes, sir.
Still gonna have September season for resident geese?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No changes there. I will note one additional thing. When we're talking about the regular season for light geese, there are methods that are allowed during the conservation order season that will not be allowed during the regular season. So things like electronic calls and unplugged guns and no bag limit, those things would go away with the conservation order, as would a special permit. So I think we're in a good place, when it comes to considering how to work with the regular season frameworks.
Days, they're gonna be those last 18 days of March or whatever it is.
That's correct. Yes.
The days be removed.
Yes, I think that's where it would have overlapped with the conservation order season. We would probably shift it later to catch part of that time frame that we were hunting in anyway.
I see the limit for light geese next year is gonna be 25 a day. What is it this year?
I believe it's 25 currently. No change in the regular season bag limit.
And from roughly, what are the days? Is it something like November to March? I mean, is it looking at a 4.5, 5 month season?
Yes, sir. Currently, if for 25, 26 season, this current season, it's from October 24th through the 7th of February. And then the conservation order season picks up on the 9th of February.
Serious about those white geese, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I see this as a good conversation to have, that the conservation order has, could be lifted at this time. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, this time I'd like to call on Chief Brad Howard for the status of the waterfowl hunter survey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna give a really quick update here on the waterfowl hunter survey so we can get to Fran and the woodcock talk. But we currently are in the process. It's ongoing right now. Our 2025 waterfowl hunter survey is taking place at this time. One of the key things of this, it replicates our 2011 survey. So it's about a 10-year time frame, and we're doing it again. The purpose, of course, is to determine waterfowl hunters' opinions, attitudes, and perspectives on waterfowl management and duck hunting. And we specifically had to ask some questions about the zones and the zones they hunted and they harvested, because we have to report that back to the feds from our zoning from the previous time. We're zoning again now, but so that was part of the requirement for zoning that we have to do. The specific objectives were to quantify opinions, characterize waterfowl hunters, i.e. what are their motivations, what species do they hunt, the demographics of our waterfowl hunters. I don't think we did it as much the last time. We got some more capability. Catherine's not in them or not in here, I don't think, but get some of the economic impact information from waterfowl hunting, describe and we're asking some specific questions about the use and management of our waterfowl impoundments, our WRC owned waterfowl impoundments. And then we will again look at the different season dates and preferences between the inland zone and the coastal zone within the survey. So it's out there right now. We randomly selected 20,000 hunters with HIP certifications. And I'm gonna pause for a second and give the plug for HIP and also point out that a lot of people always get asked, why do we have HIP? What's the purpose of having to get that stupid? It's free. Why do we have to get it? Well, this is an excellent example of what we use that for. We were able to pull folks with HIP certifications, which is a certification you got to have to hunt migratory birds. So we were able to sample from that. And then of course we had to ask right out of the gate, you got a HIP certification, but do you waterfowl hunt?
because not everybody that has hip has to waterfowl. Some of them dove hunt. They get it for dove hunting. They get it for woodcock, any migratory bird. So, but this is the reason that we have this HIP. It's the ability for both states and the feds to at least go after what we know are migratory, or people who say they might be migratory bird hunters. Anyway, so so far we've had 2,700 and so respondents. That's a 13.6 response rate. Would like to see that go up a little bit if we can. We got one more. This thing opened in September. We've got one more email reminder to folks to say, please go and fill the survey out. It won't close until the end of this month. And we will have the reports from this, of course, report out to the committee in April from that survey. So I want to take just a brief second to thank the WRC social science team. I mean, once again, they roll up their sleeves and doing excellent work for us to give us we can do the biology stuff, but we got to know what the people think. And that's important. So I want to thank them. And I want to thank the waterfowl hunters that are willing to formally provide their viewpoints and objectives and perspectives and encourage folks to please go take the survey if you've got a copy of the survey. With that, Mr. Chairman, unless there are questions, that's all I've got on the survey for now.
Anybody have any questions for Brad?
Okay. I'm curious, when I buy a duck stamp, trying to think, my name is recorded wherever. I know I sign it and it is, so, but it's just nobody really knows I have a duck stamp. I get it and I sign it and I put it on my stamp. Or
correct. Yeah, the duck stamp is a different thing than the HIP certification. And that's the reason, because you just buy the duck stamp and you have to sign the duck stamp. You can even buy it electronically now, but there are some records of it if you bought it through this electronic system, but that's not what we sample when we're surveying hunters. We sample HIP certification.
Get a way to get more duck hunters. I think we got more than 2,700 of them out.
Well, that's just trying to get the ones to answer the survey. So yeah, we send it to 20,000. So that's survey response stuff. And that's an example, but that's the number that our social scientists said we need to sample 20,000 of our HIP certified hunters to get what we need for statistically for the waterfowl survey. So hopefully the response rates will pick up.
20,000.
You did 27.
Send a survey with
2,700 is what's responded so far. We sampled 20,000. Yeah.
More questions for Brad? Thank you very much. All right, next I'd like to call on Fran Farley, the migratory game bird biologist. She is going to discuss the American Woodcock Wintering Ecology Project.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm very excited to have started in my new role as migratory game bird biologist for the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission. Today, I'll be discussing a collaborative research project focused on the ecology of American woodcock. I will review the initial effort that began in 2017, the major findings of that collaboration, and the new directions of the research collaborative that we hope to address that are currently in the early phases of development. In 2017, Dr. Eric Blomberg at the University of Maine launched a multi-state research effort on the migration ecology of American woodcock. This project quickly gained flyway-wide support and resulted in an impressive collaboration at the international scale. North Carolina was asked to participate in the project as a cooperator, and our role was to facilitate capture and deployment of GPS units on woodcock in our state. Over the course of this initial effort, North Carolina captured and marked 21 woodcock at 2 sites, one in the coastal plain and one in the Piedmont region. The project collectively captured and marked 730 woodcock across 3 Canadian provinces and 16 U.S. states. This generated thousands of precise location data points from woodcock along both spring and fall migration routes in both the eastern and central population management regions for American woodcock. These locations are shown in the map on the right side of this slide. The major findings from this work identified North Carolina as a critical migration and wintering state in the Atlantic Flyway for American woodcock. And the coastal plain and Piedmont ecoregions here in North Carolina and the Southeast were noted for their importance to woodcock at the population scale. Additionally, these GPS units were able to document nesting activity of American woodcock in North Carolina as early as January and February, with birds subsequently migrating north during spring after these breeding attempts. This novel reproductive strategy is known as itinerant breeding, and this project actually documented the first empirical evidence of this in any species. Following these findings, a new phase of this research collaboration is slated to begin during winter 2026 and 2027, with the primary focus being on learning more about the wintering ecology of American woodcock. Currently, we are in the very early stages of development of this multi-state effort, but the project is being led again by the University of Maine Research Collaborative. And North Carolina seeks continued involvement in this work during the planning phases and as project cooperators assisting with some field logistics, such as trapping and transmitter deployment in our state, given North Carolina's position in the flyway and our role for both migrating and wintering woodcock. The map on the right displays some summary data of the existing location data from the initial research initiative. And you can see that North Carolina has more than 1,000 wintering locations from GPS marked birds in both the coastal plain and the Piedmont regions. The Winter Collaborative has met 4 times and is working to refine objectives and secure funding sources to support graduate students leading the effort. 3 overarching objectives have been identified based on the previous findings. The first is better understanding woodcock distributions and their significance of nesting and brood rearing activities in these areas. The second is determining wintering habitat relationships to inform best management practices for American woodcock. And the third is improving monitoring and harvest management for this relatively understudied species. Our next steps are drafting methods for each of these objectives, and I am serving on the subgroup that's tasked with monitoring and harvest management objective. The status of funding will ultimately shape the final design, so sample size and geographic distribution, but we're interested in using bird conservation regions as strata for this, with the goal of getting at least 2 study sites per bird conservation region. And I'll note that North Carolina has 3 bird conservation regions, the Appalachian Mountains, Piedmont, and Coastal Plain, but priority has been placed on the Coastal Plain and Piedmont because of larger woodcock concentrations. We're certainly interested in learning more about woodcock in the Appalachian Mountain part of our state as well. Our next meeting as part of this research collaborative is December 17th, and we hope to continue the work moving forward. Any questions? Thank you.
Yes.
Where were you capturing sites in North Carolina?
I believe there was a private site in Hyde County, and then there was one, it may have been Butner.
Thank you.
Yes.
You said there's some evidence they begin nesting as early as January.
That's correct.
Season goes through January 31st.
That is correct. Yes, it's a novel strategy that has been documented, and we didn't really know the prevalence before. So it's certainly an area that we're interested in learning more about, given that we are still actively hunting them at this point in time.
Look forward to some more information on that. Virginia's season closes January 15th, so we may have to consider adjusting on it at some point in time.
Yeah, certainly it's up for consideration.
Certainly seems logical, possibly to split the difference there in the future. How many, you may have said, about how many, do you roughly idea, woodcock hunters do we have? Is it pretty highly targeted species?
I don't believe so. We don't have great estimates of this because it's a pretty small user group on the whole. It's
So yes, we don't have a ton of woodcock hunters, but in some ways woodcock are the new quail. In large part, folks that are pursuing wild quail oftentimes are pursuing woodcock as well. And the total numbers across the state, a little hard to pinpoint, but we're probably down in the 5,000 ish neighborhood of hunters that are pursuing woodcock.
I'm sure some of them were just that
happenstance,
wasn't targeted, but
you know, and Fran, I'm really glad we got Fran engaged on this stuff with the folks in the flyway. You know, one of the questions that you went to very quickly is the timing of that surprising level of nesting that's happening in our state. Anecdotally, across east to west in North Carolina, we see some differences, just anecdotally, what biologists see over the years, that, you know, maybe that nesting activity is more on the coastal plain than it is even in the Piedmonts or the mountains, just in terms of bird behavior and things we've seen over the years. So we hope this research will draw out details on some of that, because that closing of the hunting date it may be that the statewide system we have now is not quite right for all parts. But yeah, a lot of good questions that we answered. Thank
So,
you.
I told this story one time before, I'll tell it real quick, but I got a guy that bird and quail hunts with me. He also hunts with a guy, and they would hunt woodcock in the Castle Game Land. And he, very comfortable, I believe him, he said he shot over 100 birds, like 102 or 3 last year in the Castle Game Land. I think it's truthful, so I'll share it with you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and to circle back relative to the seasons and all that discussion, there's lots of discussion at the Flyway Council level with the tech sections, and they're trying to figure out what all this research means, and that's why we're sort of doubling down on this to figure out things. And so it's nice to see this work getting done.
Quick curiosity question. I mean, are they edible? Many people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Tastes like chicken.
Actually, mouth is. Got a friend of mine, his last name's Woodcock, so I'm not, I don't want to get into.
Yeah, they're good birds.
Any additional topics, questions, anything for the migratory bird waterfowl committee? Hearing none, meeting adjourned.
Just go ahead and run.
Yes, sir.
Let us get you want to get this pulled up?
We'll call the first Wild Turkey Committee. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all committee members for volunteering to serve on this committee. I think it's a good committee. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of this meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. Miss Margot, if you call the roll, please.
I'm gonna do a roll call for our Wild Turkey Committee members, Committee Chair Steve Wendell,
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Joe Bud,
Here.
Committee Member Tom Fomble, Tom Berry,
Yes, here.
John Alexander,
Here.
Reed Smith,
Here.
and ex-officio members Mark Craig
Here.
and Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to call on Chris Craig to introduce our guest today. Chris, please.
Thank you, sir. I've got the good fortune of introducing a good friend of mine and a valued partner for wild turkey conservation. That's Mr. Cully McCurdy. Cully is an employee, he's a district biologist for the National Wild Turkey Federation. He's worked for them since 2010. For the first 10 years of his tenure there, his district, is the term they use, was 2 states. That was West Virginia and Virginia. He did such a good job at that in 2020, we had the good fortune of North Carolina being added to his district. So we worked him in that capacity for a number of years. But that was not the beginning of his career. At his core, Cully very much understands the perspective of state wildlife agency. In fact, he worked for 18 years for the West Virginia Department of Natural Resources before he started with the National Wild Turkey Federation. So glad to have you here today, Cully. Thank you.
For the sake of full disclosure here, I come to you this morning today from Marlinton, West Virginia. And I'm not the first turkey biologist to make the trip from Marlinton down to North Carolina. A gentleman by the name of Wayne Bailey raised his family in Marlinton, taught high school, and his girls graduated from Pocahontas County High School. Of course, big difference between me and Wayne. He's much taller. But I can't promise that I'll make the impact, but I'll certainly strive every day to support the management objectives of the state and help the volunteers to spread the mission of the NWTF. With that being said, the first thing I'd like to do is just tell you a little bit about the National Wild Turkey Federation. The one characteristic of the NWTF that makes us a little different from NGOs is that we have a dual mission. In addition to conservation, we also focus on outreach through our Jake's, Wheeling Sportsman, and Women in the Outdoors programs. These programs significantly complement the R3 efforts of state agencies and addresses preserving our hunting heritage and the significant funding needed for wildlife management that's funded by hunters, anglers, and shooting sport participants. With 8,400 plus adult members in North Carolina, that ranks us 12th in the nation on membership numbers. I'm going to give you just a short overview of the NWTF's impact in North Carolina over the last few years. First off, just a quick explanation of our funding source that we use to assist our partners, and that's, we call it the Super Fund. Each NWTF state chapter has a Super Fund available that is derived from a percentage of revenues at fundraising events, banquets, and so forth, that can be spent at the discretion of the state chapter to assist partners and to forward the mission of the NWTF. North Carolina Superfund dollars allocated over the last 9 years are listed on this slide. And just keep in mind that there was a 2-year period around COVID when the state super funds were frozen. However, we were able to pay and meet our obligation to the agency to assist with the wild turkey study that was going on at the time. So we did pay out, I think it was about $37,000, the second of 2 payments that the NWTF state chapter had committed to assist the agency with that wild turkey study. Approximately about $1.25 million of that total you see at the bottom of the 1.4 million was paid directly to North Carolina Wildlife Resource Commission to assist with management objectives, habitat work, and other projects within the state. And just as a side note, for the current fiscal year that will end obviously next summer, we all have different fiscal years. The NWTF ends in August, a little different from the states, but we've approved Superfund allocations to assist the state game agency to the amount of $305,000 plus. A significant portion of that, a couple $100,000, just to assist with the expansion of the Caswell Game Lands up in the northern part of the state. Looking at that slide, on the next slide, I want to just kind of give a little breakdown of the habitat component of that, the 756,000 plus. This is a rough breakdown from that previous slide, and there's 3 obvious totals that stand out. One is brood range creation, contract labor, which consisted primarily of significant treatment to invasive species on state game lands and access projects. And then also the support of prescribed fire application through collaboration with other partners with the Wildlife Resource Commission. The repetition that is represented in these totals provided support for the NWTF to develop an initiative that is Southeast wide called our Habitat for the Hatch initiative. We looked at the asks of the state agencies for support from the different super funds across the Southeast, and it allowed us to prioritize where the needs were for the agencies and look at a landscape level project that we could focus on to support our partners. The initiative was a proactive approach, and it involved a wide scheme of employees from the NWTF. But as you can see, the amounts are fairly significant over this 9-year period. And, you know, we've amazingly enough, with the economy and the way things are going, it never ceases to amaze me the generosity of our members. We are first and foremost a membership organization. So the fact that in addition to the purchase of license and outdoor equipment and everything associated with the allocation of PR funds, they still continue to give above and beyond by attending banquets and fundraising events to work towards the mission of the NWTF. The Habitat for the Hatch initiative was launched at our National Leadership Conference in June of 2023. And the purpose of this 10-year initiative is to improve forest and field health and resiliency at the landscape level in all the Southeast states. The goal is to, through active management, to improve 1 million acres by 2033. This is new acreage that we're looking and putting into improving for wild turkey habitat. We're very critical of ourselves that if we go out and we mow or mulch a wildlife opening or brood range to maintain, that doesn't count. You know, that's maintenance. That's not new habitat or habitat created. So we've set pretty lofty goals as an organization to support our partners through this 10-year initiative. Ultimately, we hope to lead to more robust turkey populations and a healthier ecosystem across the Southeast. And this was a multi-departmental effort. It wasn't just the conservation staff that was involved with this initiative. We brought in our development staff and outreach folks because obviously to make this type of impact on the landscape, it was require significant funds. We determined that we would need to raise in the Southeast about an additional $8 million to meet these goals. And 8 million over 10 years for this type of acreage is obviously very low. But the thing you need to consider is that the state game agencies and our partners usually come in at a 5-to-1 match. So we're actually looking at about a $40 million to $45 million investment over those 10 years. So we're playing a smaller role, about 20% of the overall funds needed, but those are funds in addition to what we're raising on the average as we're moving forward. This map represents the area that the Habitat for the Hatch initiative includes. It kind of give you an overview, and this was based on the synopsis and all the work of the different biologists to come with a collaborative effort and oversight of all the state needs. But the overview or the intent was to combat wild turkey declines by targeting brood and nesting habitat improvements. And one of the primary goals is just to provide good nesting habitat in close proximity to brood range. That is our biggest goal with the Habitat for the Hatch initiative. And as I mentioned, this is a multi-departmental approach. It involved all different teams within the NWTF and components to be part of this initiative so we could be sure to meet these goals. The conservation need is based on things that we've heard many times before. This is due to the consistent and substantial declines of wild turkey populations across the Southeast, low poult production, as low as less than 2 poults per hen in a lot of states, and of course, concerns from among hunters and agency staff across the Southeast. And I think it would be, as the title of this presentation suggests, a partner's perspective. If over the development of this Habitat for the Hatch initiative, which took a little over a year by the staff, we would be remiss if we didn't hit the perspective of the Southeast on where we perceive the needs to be as an organization. The objectives, and this is just a quick summary when you're talking about 1 million acres in 10 years, but just some of the key bullet points or the habitat components that we'll focus on or the objectives of this initiative is obviously to increase forest management. We want to increase prescribed fire burning on forests and fields and in the public landscape. We want to support research that informs our habitat work and provides that evidence to the public to help further our cause and get more public support. We want to increase our forest conservation footprint on private lands, and I'll come back to that one in just a moment. Removal and management of invasive species, and then raise awareness on the benefits of prescribed fire and active forest management. So there's a large PR component, an outreach component that we'll focus on too, to try to make turkey management popular, and some of the practices that we've kind of have been reduced in the Southeast or have been more limited. We're trying to explain those on many facets on how they benefit other species to where we can bring more people involved with our efforts to complete the deliverables of this initiative. As I mentioned, the increase of our forest management footprint, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that the NWTF's National Forestry Initiative, this is a multi-year agreement with the Natural Resource Conservation Service that funds 35 NWTF private foresters, private lands foresters nationwide. This is through a $5 million grant with the NRCS that the NWTF is matching 1-to-1 with $5 million of our money. And the intent of these private lands biologists are to provide landowner assistance to private landowners to where they can develop plans and utilize funds from the Farm Bill to make habitat improvements for cost share on their properties. We're very fortunate in North Carolina. We have Laura Pravat on staff with the NWTF as our private lands forester. Laura is located down in the southeast part of the state in Pender County. This next slide is just kind of a representation of the conservation staff of the NWTF across the country. In the east or in the southeast area, we have about 9 of these private lands foresters. We consider that a hugely important component moving forward with this initiative because we do believe that the tide of public perception on active management is going to be one on private land. We need for private landowners to understand the importance of managing their property for wildlife and specifically for wild turkey. And we think that that attitude will carry over to support for public lands. And with that being said, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions? Colin?
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple questions. First of all, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
So, on behalf of our Land Use and Access Committee, we have benefited, and the commission has benefited tremendously from your gifts over the years. And I hadn't seen a total like that, but I just want to say on behalf of everybody here, thank you very much, because it's greatly appreciated. I often see you guys come in here, and when we leave, I say, I really should have thanked that guy for all that they do for our commission. But, Brian Perry's a friend of me. I've hunted many times, met Ben Sice, and we discuss these issues a lot. I'm just curious, how did you get here? Did we invite you to come?
Yes, yes.
Inaugural, with you, Mr. Steve.
Hannah reached out to me, I guess immediately after the last meeting or soon thereafter and said, put December 3rd, put a placeholder on your calendar. We may want you to come down if the stars align and present at the inaugural Wild Turkey Committee meeting, which to me was very exciting. And to go back to what you said about, thank you so much for the way you phrased that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Avid turkey hunter is anybody I know. But again, thank you for being here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you acknowledging the volunteers. I'm a messenger. Basically, I'm empowered by those members within the state of North Carolina and 2 other states that I cover. And we are first and foremost a membership organization. So I'm strictly here as their agent to represent them, but I do appreciate you acknowledge them and their efforts, for the land purchases and the other work that the NWTF has assisted with in North Carolina.
Any other questions? Cully, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Now I'd like to call on our very own Miss Hannah. You would take it and run with it.
Oh dear, you put me in charge and left me alone. This could be crazy, but since this is the inaugural and first Wild Turkey Committee meeting, I thought this was an excellent opportunity for us to take a moment to step back and look at where we've been and what we have accomplished in the relatively recent years and where we're currently working on, as well as where we're going. So this is a good opportunity to get everyone all on the same page. So we're going to start in the relatively recent past of 2013. So 12 years ago, we extended our youth season from a 1-day Saturday season prior to spring season to the full 7 days the week before spring season opened. Also in 2013 and in 2015, we worked very closely with NWTF and hunters to sample for LPVD prevalence across the state. That is an acronym for a very long, complicated disease word that I'm not going to attempt to say because I can never say it. Basically, it was a relatively new disease, and we were hoping to see the prevalence across the state. Hunters sent in their lower leg bone of harvested turkeys, and it gave us an indication that LPVD was pretty prevalent all across our state. 2014, we began our deer hunter observation survey, allowing us to monitor a variety of species from deer and turkey to fox squirrels in the fall from our deer hunters. 2015 was the first year that was legal to hunt with a firearms in private lands on Sundays. 2016 through 19, we conducted our gobbling chronology research. We had received a lot of requests from hunters to open the season earlier. There was a lot of discussion of, you know, they're all gobbled out, they're all henned up, they're not gobbling during the season. And that results kind of, this big statewide research project showed us that those statements were not entirely correct. In fact, that gobbling was high during the season and remained high throughout our entire turkey season. Building off of that, you know, moving forward, 2017, we modernized and said you could no longer report your big game harvest through wildlife service agencies in person. You had to go online or through the phones. Also in 2017, due to a change on the federal level of redefining what use could be as under 18, we decided to match that with our turkey hunters. So youth was redefined as under 18. 2019, we standardized the summer turkey surveys across the US. This really didn't have a big impact from a public side, but this was a massive win from a biology aspect. This was years of turkey biologists stuck in a room, going down lots and lots of rabbit holes, trying to make sure that all of us in all of our different states monitor them the same way and analyze our data the same way. Because before we weren't doing that, which meant we couldn't compare what these states were. They were apples to oranges. Now they're all apples to apples. And so these all make sense across the different states that participate. Big win for us. 2020 through 2024 was our big turkey ecology research project. This was the largest research project by far we've ever conducted in North Carolina. Was one of the largest research projects in the country and probably may even be the single state largest project in the country. We captured over 700 turkeys, located over 400 nests, and tracked over 100 turkey broods. And then when this research was completed, we didn't just finish and say, oh, job done, check mark, moved on. We spent the latter half of 2024 and the early half of this year spreading the results. This was through a variety of different methods, through handouts, in-person meetings in our turkey forums, through podcasts. We were busy, folks. We really wanted to share this. In 2023, the agency switched to the Go Outdoor licensing system, which also enabled hunters to report their big game harvest through the Go Outdoors app, something they had been requesting for years. And now we're kind of getting into what we're currently doing or going to do. So I'm going to just briefly touch on these and I'm going to expand on those in the next presentation. So we're currently working on our turkey health research project. In 2024, the agency and the commission approved a new turkey management goal to provide quality spring gobbler hunting opportunities by conserving North Carolina's wild turkeys. The previous goal was involved increasing the population, expanding it. That was no longer feasible or possible. So this goal is definitely a more reasonable goal and feasible to maintain that high level and good quality. We are in the current stages of conducting a turkey hunter survey for this year. And then starting in 2026, so this spring in a few months, our new spring turkey season regulations take effect. That was voted and approved by the commission in October of 2024, so last fall. And then starting this spring, we're hoping to initiate a new postseason annual survey, as well as take a deeper look into the impacts of feeding and baiting on our mesomammal community or our mid-sized mammals. So that's been a lot of things we've accomplished in the last 13-ish years. And we're still got boxes we're checking and moving on forward. So I'm just gonna kind of roll right into the next part of the turkey program moving forward.
Chairman, want to ask it?
Yes, please go ahead.
Question, did you say before moving forward, did you say that am I heard it wrong, the gobbling research was then not as effective as say the hunter data?
Hunter observations or anecdotal data said that they weren't hearing gobbles during the season, but our research statewide showed while it varied greatly year to year and location to location, overall on a statewide level, gobbling remained high and consistently high through the whole turkey season.
Interesting. No, thank you. The reason I was bringing that up is because I remember you have people listen for hundreds or thousands of hours. Since then, you've got AI that might be able to listen to a gobbler a lot easier, identify. I don't know if you had that back then, but something to think about going forward.
It's still in the work in progress. I'm paying attention to it, but it's definitely hopeful as technology gets better that it could help. Okay. So moving forward, where we are. So if you've been around turkeys or turkey hunt or anything about turkey, there's been a lot of talk about turkeys and turkey seasons, and there's been a lot of states that have made changes to their turkey season. I borrowed this from Quell et al. It's a research paper, and they just looked at different state agencies who shifted the start date of their turkey seasons from 2017 through 23. As you can see, there's a lot of colored states on there. Most states delayed their start date, and a few even opened a little earlier. But that's just including season start times. That's not season length or bag limits or any other season changes. But there's been a lot of changes. And if we look at just the Southeast and the upcoming changes, because they're not ending, you know, we can see Tennessee this year put in new fall restrictions. Next year, Florida has new non-resident restrictions. Missouri is talking about potential new non-resident restriction. Virginia will have new fall season restrictions go into effect. North Carolina, our new season changes will go into effect next spring. And Kentucky, they're already talking about potential new restrictions for 2027. So there's a lot of changing and moving parts going on in the previous years and still going forward in the next few years. So because it's been a few minutes since we talked about those spring turkey changes and they're going into effect, I want to remind everyone what those changes are and why we made those changes. So our change is we are shifting the spring turkey season start date to open the Saturday on or immediately after April 11th. Okay, now April 11th was the date chosen because during our turkey ecology project, that was found that April 11th is the average date hens lay their first egg. So we know on average, they're laying their first egg, so they've been bred or have been recently bred, laying, and processed. Our turkey ecology project showed we have really low productivity across the state. It's been shown across, other states. We heard Cully saw about it. They put a whole initiative together to improve productivity. And so we found, based on our historical previous year data, that if this regular spring turkey season opens, again, it's based on years, it always opens on a Saturday, so it shifts the date. But the few years it opens, there's only 3 possible days it could open earlier. We found that 30% of the total harvest that occurred that year, 30% of it occurred prior to April 11th. And if the spring regular season opened after April 11th, of the total harvest that occurred that year, only 8% occurred of it. That is a vastly large amount of difference. And again, this is peak breeding time. We're taking a large chunk of birds out of the population. We're harvesting birds as hens are going to breed. We really don't know how that affects breeding, and it's also very hard for us to research that. But some important notes. Our spring season length remained unchanged. It's still the same length. We just shifted the date depending on the year. Because it's just shifting, we expect a minimal change to our harvest. Our big concern was not the total number of birds being harvested, but when these birds were being harvested. Again, trying to minimize taking out a large section of birds until after they bred the females. So again, this is a later start date. We have it always on a Saturday, so it only impacts 3 out of 7 years. If we didn't make this change, our season dates for 26 wouldn't have shifted in any way. The first year we see this really shift go into effect will be in spring of 27. And again, gobbling chronology research shows us that, you know, even with this shift, there will be little impact on gobbling numbers throughout the season. It should still remain high throughout the whole season. The other change we made was to the youth season. We reduced the youth season from a 7-day season to a 2-day season and redefined youth from under 18 to under 16. And we standardized this across all our youth seasons. So some reasonings for that. 60% of youth season harvest occurs on the weekend. Majority is occurring on the weekends. And again, because youth season, turkey season has become more popular, it's no longer an insignificant amount of harvest that's occurring prior to April 11th. So we're trying to, again, decrease an additional amount of harvest prior to April 11th while still allowing youth to have an opportunity. Again, many students are in school, unable to hunt during the week other than maybe an hour or two after school. And since spring break is not consistent across school districts across the state or in between years, it was really kind of luck of the draw of the given year whether a student spring break lined up with youth turkey season. And then we reduced the age youth from under 18 to under 16 to re-emphasize the importance of mentoring youth. They needed somebody with a driver's license to go take them out hunting. So those are the changes we've made to kind of refresh you. So let's take a brief look at the 2026 wild turkey season comparison between us and all our neighboring states. So there's only 4 of them, but all of us have about 2-day youth season. Other than South Carolina, I believe they have 2 in the beginning, youth days in the beginning, and 2 youth days at the end. So they have a couple more. We, along with Tennessee and Virginia, have the latest start date of April 11th. And then of our spring season, regular spring season length, we have the shortest amount of days available of 29 days. Bag limit is even across the states at 2. Other than Virginia is a maximum of 3. It depends on how many they harvest that previous fall. That overlaps, but between fall and spring, they can harvest a total of 3 birds. And then Tennessee and Virginia are the only ones with the fall season. So out of us and our neighboring states, we have the most conservative spring turkey season. All right, that's done with spring season. Let's get into some of the fun stuff we're doing. So our turkey health research I mentioned earlier, this is a spinoff from our turkey ecology research. So when we were capturing all these turkeys, we said, okay, how to maximize this out. So we're going to do some disease prevalence testing, working with SCWDS, or the Southeast Cooperative Wildlife Disease Study Group, based out of the University of Georgia at Athens. And so we swabbed the turkeys on both ends and took some blood draw, and we tested for 8 different pathogens. Folks, most states, if they're doing disease testing, will do 1 or 2. If they're feeling ambitious, they'll do 4. We blew that out of the water and tested 8. So we are up and beyond testing what anybody else did. And so this gave us the prevalence of the state, these diseases all across the state. But because with our turkey ecology, we knew the life history of every turkey we tested. We knew their survival, we knew their reproduction, and we said, okay, these are all healthy birds. About 50% of them have at least 1 pathogen. And so we said, do these pathogens have an indirect effect on these wild turkeys? They're not obviously outright killing them, but are they, delaying them? Are they having slower reaction times? Is it lowering their reproduction? So we decided to look and see what the indirect effects are. So this research is still being analyzed. It's still in progress. But what we have seen so far is there's no definitive link between having these pathogens and it impacting survival and reproduction in so far. So that's a good thing on our end so far. Okay, Our turkey hunter survey. Folks, it's been over 30 years since we talked to our turkey hunters about a spring season. We were vastly overdue to hear their opinions. So we worked with our amazing social science team to reach out and talk to them. And again, we had a whole lot of things we wanted to talk to and learn about them. We want to know how many are participating, you know, some of their techniques that they're hunting, what are their perceptions on what we're doing in our management, you know, how often were they hunting, some of their unique characteristics, their opinions on our current seasons and regulations, and then of course seeing their economic impacts that they are having. It was a lot of questions, I'm not going to lie. That was the one complaint. They said their questions never ended. And I felt bad, I did, but it had been a while and I really wanted to hear their thoughts on such a variety of things. They were good sports to put up with me though. So we sent that out in the spring. It's currently being analyzed by our, like I said, amazing social science crew, and I'm really looking forward to seeing some of these answers and questions. And one of the big things we did ask them was, you know, we put a new goal of a quality spring hunting opportunity as our management goal. This allows us to help from the hunters what they define as a quality spring hunt. All right, moving forward, last slide. All right, so we are initiating a postseason annual survey. This is not a very long survey. It's not going to be the end oodles and oodles of questions. It'll be like 10 questions or less, basically saying, okay, did you go hunting this year? Did you harvest a turkey? How many days did you go hunting? And the goal of this is to get quicker and more accurate data than we're currently getting. So right now, a lot of our data comes from this is our hunter harvest data. That survey goes out 10 months after our current season ends. We're asking people to remember something, you know, 10 months ago when the next season starts in a couple weeks. I assure you, nobody remembers what's going on, how many days they hunted 10 months ago when they're more concerned how many days I can hunt in 2 weeks. So the goal is to get more accurate information, very quicker, more direct targeting. Another thing we are examining is the impacts of baiting on our mesomammal community. Again, these are our mid-sized mammals, your foxes, raccoons, possums, skunks. So our social science team did a very big research project a couple of years ago, and they looked at baiting and feeding and saw we put a whole lot of food on the ground for purposes of bait and feed. We put over 1.6 million pounds of corn each year, and that's just the corn, folks. And anyone can tell you with a trail cam can show there's a pile of raccoons shoving corn in their mouths. And so my question was, does baiting increase our mesomammal community? Meaning, are we unintentionally supplementally feeding our nest predators? And because most of this feeding occurs in the fall, September to December, does it occur, are we artificially increasing it? And does that have a lag effect time into April and May in turkey and nesting? Now, I am not driving this project. I don't know how to survey mammals at all. So I'm heavily leaning on our fur bear biologist, Caitlin Brett. She's leading this and I'm sitting there going, I need these answers. Please give me these answers. How can I help you? And then another thing I'm also leaning extremely heavily on Caitlin is to create some predation management recommendations for landowners. I don't know if the commission remembers, but my very first presentation to the commission 3.5 years ago was on predation management. It's been on people's minds. And so we can allow people to go trap willy-nilly. They can go out on their back 40, throw out a trap or two, catch a couple raccoons, possums, pat themselves on the back, say, I've made a difference to turkey, warm, fuzzy feelings. And if warm, fuzzy feelings are what we want, then have at it. But if our goal is to help landowners move the needle, that isn't how we're going to accomplish that for turkeys and quail. We want to move the needle for turkeys and quail. We need to be able to provide them answers on when do they need to trap? How long do they need to trap? How many traps per acres? How frequently do they need to trap? Because if we allow people to go out willy-nilly, it's not going to move the needle for turkey and quail. We know that science has proven that many times. So we're hoping and constantly moving forward to try and help answer these big questions that people have been asking for a few years now. So that's what we've got coming down the pipeline. So thank you all very much.
We have any questions for Hannah? First of all, go ahead, Scott. Are there any states that allow hunting of hens?
There, a lot of states allow hunting of hens, of bearded hens in the spring, and then many states allow either sex hunting in the fall.
Good, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Mr. J.
The folks that sell deer, is there any possibility that we can have them test that for aflatoxin to be certified? It's probably an ag question, but
I have no idea.
there's a lot of corn out there that could do the damage to the turkeys if it's not.
That's correct.
There's been a lot of work looked at aflatoxins, in particular for food that's put out for wildlife. We can certainly tap into those, you know, the recommendations that Hannah's talking about, that would be part of recommending the landowners that certainly are willing to think about that are doing some feeding or baiting, to make that part of the conversation, to have those either purchasing certified stuff or having their food products tested. Yeah, there's been a lot of work done with that.
Another curious question I had is shots have improved, in particular the TSS shot. You know, general population probably wouldn't answer correctly, but are we wounding more turkeys by taking longer shots?
So I'm gonna give a
You shoot good.
slight tease on that. That was some of the questions we asked in our human dimensions folks, where, you know, what shots people were using and how far of a distance they were shooting their turkeys. And I'm excited to note that most people who were harvesting turkeys were still in that 30 yards and closer frame.
Assuming you believe what hunters tell you.
Assuming that.
We don't make that assumption. The assumption that we do make is that when we look at that same question that was asked 20 or 30 years ago, there's surprisingly little change in the answers to that question. Now, if you watch hunting show or YouTube or something now, you would think that every turkey is being killed at 70 or 80 yards with TSS. And our survey pretty soundly says that's not the case. It's still a close range.
John? Yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons that they're harvesting, they're doing a better job of harvesting. Blinds, the decoys, the, again, the shot that they're shooting, calling techniques, the effort that they put into it. I just think there's numerous reasons that it's easier now than it used to be. Mr. Cole?
Yeah, I may have been at the previous meeting that I missed, but have we gone through the week by week harvest numbers from this past season?
In what way?
Just looking at we used to look at, and I'm probably online, the harvest like during the youth days, the first week, second week, third, just kind of analyzing as it peaks and drops. The only reason I ask is just folks, from the eye test, the last 2 weeks of the season, or folks that I was around just weren't seeing any turkeys. It's like they had just kind of disappeared. I mean, I know that I was not seeing near the turkeys the last 2 weeks of the season.
For this past spring in 2025, it was still consistent with the previous year, still about 12% harvest, both in the second or in the third and fourth week. So there was no radical difference compared to different years, week by week.
Still front weighted pretty heavily.
Still exceedingly front weighted, especially those first few days.
I killed them all.
Anything else, gentlemen? Before we close, Cully, again, wherever you are, thank you very much for coming. Chris and Hannah, thank y'all very much for great presentations. Meeting adjourned.
All right. I'd like to call the commission meeting December 3rd, 2025. This meeting to be streamed live and recorded as a public recording. The recording of this meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. Margo, would you like to, if you'd like to get to the board comments?
He said he wanted more. There's some there that seem. You're muted. I can go back.
Mark, I'd like you to have roll call for committee of the whole.
Gonna do a roll call for the whole, committee chair, Mark Craig,
Here.
committee vice chair, Lena Zimmer.
Here.
David Hoyle.
Here.
John Coley.
Here.
Wes Seegers. Tommy Fonkel. Tom Berry. Brad Stanback.
Here.
Jim Ruffin.
Here.
Ray Clifton.
Here.
Steve Wyndham.
Here.
Lonnie Crump.
Here.
John Stone. Hayden Rogers. John Alexander.
Here.
Tom Haslett.
Here.
J.C. Cole.
Here.
Mike Alford. Joe Bug.
Here.
Reed Smith.
Here.
And Justin Boyd. Mr. Chairman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Margaret. I'd like to next call on Kyle Briggs to present the Thomas L. Quay Wildlife Diversity Award.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. So I'm gonna try to catch us up a little bit. We got a little ahead of ourselves. At the October meeting, Hinges voted on the Quay Award. We got the results of that in right after the meeting. And Hinges had recommended a very good candidate, Dr. Bill McClarney. Dr. McClarney has both a master's degree and a PhD in fisheries biology, though he will say conservation biology. He looks at landscape scale and ecosystems. He was the original founder of the Little Tennessee Watershed Association and subsequently founded Mainspring Conservation Trust, well, what is now Mainspring Conservation Trust. And so when you look at that, his work inspired the Upper Little Tennessee Watershed Stream Monitoring Program, which started in 1990, which today is the largest fish monitoring database in the world. His efforts works through a team of volunteers averaging 1,500 person hours and up to 100 different individuals every year. The system is ecological of importance as home for the federally listed Appalachian elk toad and spotfin chub, as well as numerous state listed species. In fact, the Needmore Tract, our Needmore Tract, was acquired by using this data set that ultimately came to us. So Dr. McClarney is truly a very worthy recipient of the Quay Award. And at your places, there's a draft resolution to recognize him as the Quay Award winner that we would like to present tomorrow if the committee endorses this resolution.
I have a motion. The discussion. All in favor? Opposed?
Thank you, sir. And tomorrow morning, when you first come in, there'll be a brief reception for Dr. McClarney. He'll be here tomorrow, and it'll be on the ground floor. Thank you.
Kyle. Next on the agenda, I'd like to call on Christian Waters to present the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission strategic plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, commissioners. So back in the summer, our agency senior staff, which is division chiefs, office heads, and our commission committee liaisons, were tasked to review the existing commission strategic plan and provide recommended revisions. The original strategic plan was originally adopted in 2010, so it was about 15 years old. Our main goal here was to ensure the plan remains relevant and encompasses the ongoing work of the agency. And then we also wanted to assure that the updated plan continues to be broad in scope. And so with that said, the staff, and many of them are in this room, have to thank them for their dedicated efforts to making this happen on a fairly short turnaround. And we also had Amy Braun with our staff, who kind of spearheaded and led the effort, made sure we stayed on task. But as part of that, in reviewing the plan, we simplified a bit and condensed the current plan and basically went from 7 goals to 5 goals, which I'll get into here in just a minute. And then also looked at the strategies that were with each goal and kind of updated them for where we are today. That information was shared with the executive committee back in October. Many of you I think were in the room when we gave that presentation as well. And they gave approval for those goals and strategies. So today, what I'm doing is kind of presenting the final draft package. You should have a handout at your place that actually front back goes through the plan, and this will be exhibit N tomorrow, which we'll want to look for your adoption. With that said, I'll just run through the parts of it just so everybody is familiar with it. So we have our mission statement, which has not changed from the mission statement from 2010. We did update the vision statement. It now would read thriving wildlife resources with opportunities for all to enjoy. That's a simplification from what the previous vision was. The previous vision also tied heavily back to those 7 goals. And since we condensed and like I said, simplified those goals into 5, the vision statement needed to be reworked. And then the purpose was to develop and administer programs directed to the conservation of fish and wildlife resources and their habitats. Again, that did not change from our 2015 plan. We did have 5 goals. The first goal was to provide access and opportunity for safe and readily available participation in hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, and other wildlife related activities. And this goal focuses on access, and the strategies obviously do as well. And so we're talking about not only physical access in terms of access to the resource, but also just the access to participate. And so, for example, there is a strategy here that talks about having regulations that are effective. Goal 2 is to conserve, manage, enhance fish and wildlife resources and their habitats to benefit the resources and the public. So this is the conservation and management goal. Again, we focus on the Wildlife Action Plan, which is a very important document that y'all adopted or approved just last two meetings ago. We also talk about best available science, and again, it also focuses on habitat as much as it does the species themselves. Goal 3 is to engage the public through programs, opportunities, and public safety functions to build advocacy and support for the agency and its mission. This is really focused on kind of the other opportunities to engage with the public, increase awareness of our agency, increase support for the agency, including at the legislature. Also acknowledges the role that we play more and more in as it relates to public safety with things such as natural disasters, for example. Goal 4 is maintain the physical sustainability that meets current and evolving resource and constituent needs. So this is about the finances. We'll continue to try to diversify funding. As you will be considering here in just a few minutes, continue to review and revise fees, the wise stewardship of the endowment fund, which again, we talked about this morning, are all nested under this goal. And then the 5th goal is to provide and maintain a collaborative work environment where employees are valued and recognized for their achievements and contributions to the agency's mission. And so it's about the employees, and the strategies talk about transparent decision-making, employees that feel empowered, staff that are recognized and are provided with opportunities for advancement, recruiting and retention. So it's about maintaining that good workforce. So where we are at this point is that it's now before you to review and consider for adoption. That will come forward tomorrow as an exhibit. And then if it is adopted tomorrow, we'll then proceed to work with the commission, specifically the commission committees and staff, to initiate regular work planning and implementation of the new strategic plans. And with that, I'll be glad to try to answer any questions y'all might have about this document and how we got to where we are.
Any questions? Thank you, Chris. I'd now like to call on Will Casola for several permanent rulemaking notices of text and several more permanent rulemaking adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. I have 5 rulemaking items for you all today. The first item is notice of text for permanent rulemaking to 15A NCAC 10A 1601. These are permanent amendments to license fees. Many of the details on this were discussed in the executive committee this morning, but I want to provide a quick rundown on the voting items for tomorrow. Amendments to 10A 1601 increase the fees for all licenses and permits the commission issues by the total consumer price index for all urban customers since our last increase, and this is about 3.4%, and the fees are rounded up to the nearest whole dollar. The proposed amendments help us address agency funding issues related to increased operating costs, increased demand for agency services, legislative salary increases, and stagnant state appropriations. These amendments do result in a significant economic impact, as the proposed fees are anticipated to generate up to an additional $1.86 million in revenue for the state. Of this, approximately 1.5 would come to us, and the remaining would go to the Division of Marine Fisheries. The Office of State Budget and Management has approved a regulatory impact analysis for this, and that is included in your agenda packet. The second item is related to this. This is permanent amendments to commercial activity permitting, 15A NCAC 10H 1801. As mentioned before, this would increase the price of our commercial activity permits by the consumer price index, but it would also add a few other requirements, including requiring licensed holders to remit quarterly rather than every other month, and it would require them to submit a certificate of insurance as part of their application. And these changes are based on feedback from licensees as well as feedback from staff. So staff will be recommending publishing notice of text with an open comment period and public hearing. Are there any questions on these 2 items? Nope. Next, I have 3 permanent rulemaking items for adoption. The first is 15A NCAC 10D 0295 Paynes Branch Gameland. This rule will establish Paynes Branch Gameland. It will be a 209-acre gameland in northern Forsyth and southern Stokes counties. And the property is located in a portion of the state where we don't have a lot of public lands. And the rule will establish this gameland as a 3-day per week area and set requirements related to deer seasons, prohibit horseback riding, and prohibit target shooting. 1 public hearing was held in September with no attendees, and we received 3 online comments. These 3 comments generally advocated for making this specific gameland a permit-only property due to its small size and the potential for overcrowding. However, none of these comments objected to the creation of the gameland itself. Staff will be recommending adoption at tomorrow's meeting. Yes, sir.
Brian McCray did a wonderful job of organizing some of those issues that we had to overcome in order to get this thing through.
Are there any other questions on Paynes Branch Gameland? Okay. Moving forward, we have 15A NCAC 10G 0400. These are our Wildlife Service Agent rules. These are part of our periodic rules review and are required to be readopted by December 31st of this year. And many of these changes improve conciseness and clarity of the rules. I'll briefly go over these. We have 0401, purpose of wildlife service agents. This rule is proposed for repeal, and the definition would be moved to 10G 0402. In 0402, this is appointment of wildlife service agents. We would define business information required from the applicant. The changes would prohibit applicants with convictions for financial crimes within the previous 5 years from receiving an appointment, and the changes would require agents to have a computer, printer, internet access at their business location and provide a voided check or withdrawal slip to the commission. Changes to 0403 Wildlife Service Agent Agreement. This rule is proposed for repeal, and the relevant information in this rule would be moved to 0402 and 0405. 0405 being the Wildlife Service Agent Terms and Conditions. Proposed changes to this would require agents to maintain $5,000 in transactions annually. It would outline terms and conditions for agreement cancellation, and it moves termination and suspension rules to 10G 0406, which is then updated for clarity and conciseness. We did hold one public hearing on September 24th with no attendees, and we received no comments online during the open comment period between August and October. Staff will be recommending adoption at tomorrow's meeting. Are there any questions on Wildlife Service Agent rules?
Any questions? Thank you, Will.
I have one last item, and these are amendments to 10H 1100 fur bearer propagation. And so these amendments update the framework for fur bearer propagation based on recommendations from Fur Commission USA and the U.S. Fox Shippers Council. These are the industry standards that are required to sell furs on the international market. Amendments will ensure that licensees meet the caging, welfare, and biosecurity standards set forth by the industry, and allow the agency to better ensure that this license is not used to keep fur bearers as pets. One public hearing was held on October 2nd with 6 attendees. I'll briefly go over the changes in each of these rules, and you can see how the online comments came in, whether folks supported or did not support these changes. Amendments to 10H 1101 clarify that only the species designated on the license can be propagated. It removes our website from rule as the application is not available online, and it requires the licensee to report their date of birth and certification of rabies prophylaxis. And that's consistent with our recently adopted wildlife rehabilitation and captivity rules. Amendments to 1104 update caging requirements for mink and fox based on industry standards. They clarify that clean drinking water shall be provided daily. They improve biosecurity and human safety standards, and they require rabies training and pre-exposure prophylaxis. And finally, 1107 records and inspection. Amendments to this rule update annual reporting requirements such that they're consistent with our wildlife rehab and captivity rules, and they clarify that pelts sold and animals that died or were euthanized must be reported on annual records. I will note that we did receive 6 written comments, and all of these comments were primarily advocating against fur bearer propagation in general, and they lacked specific improvements on the proposed amendments. Rather, they just disapproved of fur bearer propagation as a practice in general. Staff will be recommending adoption of these rules at tomorrow's meeting. Are there any questions on fur bearer propagation? Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate it. Next up, we call on Ben Sullender to present property matters.
Good afternoon. We have 3 property matters to discuss today. I'll start off with talking about a very special person that cared nearly and dearly for our agency's mission. Clay Allen was born in Bladenboro, North Carolina on May 12, 1996. He graduated from West Bladen High School. Clay developed a love and passion for the outdoors at an early age. He was an avid hunter who loved to pursue waterfowl, doves, deer, and turkeys. He also had a deep passion for fishing and could be found chasing bass, trout, and flounder in nearshore and inland waters in North Carolina. Clay attended North Carolina State University, where he graduated with a degree in fisheries, wildlife, and conservation biology in 2018. After graduation, Clay began his career with North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission as a temporary technician at Jordan Lake Depot. He also worked as a conservation technician at Holly Shelter Depot and eventually transferred back home to Suggs Mill Pond Depot to take care of that work area. In April of 2024, he was diagnosed with a rare and aggressive form of leukemia. He worked in that Southern Coast area on many projects and proved to be a great equipment operator, a dedicated team member, and an ardent servant of North Carolina's wildlife resources. His passion for the work was extraordinary. He enjoyed creating areas on game lands that would benefit wild turkeys, but above all, he loved and enjoyed waterfowl impoundment management. specifically the process of creating beneficial habitat for waterfowl while also providing good opportunities for hunters. Clay fought a brave battle with his illness, and on August 21st, 2025, at the age of 29, he passed on to his eternal home. Clay would tell you now that he is most proud of his wife, Kaylee, and their beautiful daughter, Lucy. Staff's proposal, I'm up for your consideration today and at the potentially at the board meeting tomorrow, is to name these 5 waterfowl impoundments at Suggs Mill Pond Game Land the Clay Allen Waterfowl Impoundment Complex. Currently, they are referred to as the Suggs Mill Pond Impoundments 1 through 5. This name change will appear on a kiosk at Suggs Mill Pond Game Land near to the main entrance. It will also appear in the Regs Digest. It will not change how the public interact in our permitting system with these impoundments. They'll still be listed in the permitting system as Suggs Mill Pond Impoundments 1 through 5. This request came from a couple of our staff that were really, really good friends with Clay. This request comes from the heart for those staff. Clay will be dearly missed. Be happy to answer any questions about the request.
Do I hear a motion?
Don't think it'd be simpler to just go ahead and change the name in the permitting system also.
So,
But it just made me think about this confusion.
that was staff's concern, was that it would confuse the public. These impoundments have been named Suggs Mill Pond Impoundments 1 through 5 for a long time. Keeping the numbering system they felt was important, but so this was their suggestion, but that's of course up for consideration.
I have a motion from Ray. Do I have a second? Second. Second from Mr. Barrett. Any other discussion?
What does the motion have to do with this final comments or not?
Motion is to rename. Further discussion? Question, all in favor? Opposed? Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. We'll continue forward with our second property matter for discussion today. This is a request at Gull Rock Game Land in Hyde County. This particular request is located on the Carter Tract of Gull Rock Game Land. The Carter Tract is approximately 2,140 acres, and we are just north of Lake Mattamuskeet, to give you some area context. And the request is from the North Carolina Coastal Federation as well as the Fairfield Drainage District. The first request we'll talk about is a temporary construction easement. The temp construction easement would allow the Coastal Federation to execute the construction phase of this project, which would include dike repair, canal restoration, pump installation, and the installation of a new ditch plug and the replacement of a culvert. And the primary goal of the overall project is to reduce water elevations in Lake Mattamuskeet by redirecting drainage from the lake across the Carter Tract to the Intercoastal Waterway. The second part of this request is from Fairfield Drainage District number 7. It's a request for a permanent easement, which would give them the ability to maintain the canals, dikes, and infrastructure on the Carter Tract, as well as allow them to pump water across the commission property. The easement would allow machinery to come in and maintain that infrastructure, the canal system, dikes. As I mentioned, it would allow them to pump. It's important to note there is an existing easement in the deed that allows for pumping across this tract within existing canals. It also allows for maintenance of those existing canals. It's a fairly sure thing that the pumping, even routine pumping across this Carter Tract, it will overtop existing canals, and we will have some sheet flow across the tract. During routine pumping conditions, the majority of sheet flow will occur north of that east-west running road that you see in bold red. So there is an existing easement. It's obvious through this project that existing easement would be overburdened. This new easement will give them the ability to implement the project and perform routine and emergency pumping across the Carter Tract. The commission and the Natural Heritage Program proposed to retain the right to cease pumping if sheet flow is detrimental to the resource or to the Natural Heritage primary area that's on this tract, or if water were to be a detriment to some of the neighboring properties. Both agencies would reserve the right to cease pumping. Easement value will be determined by state property office here. And one other thing to point out, the Natural Heritage agency has reviewed the project. They do think that these permanent easements will warrant an amendment to the primary dedications on the tract. So our approval, or if we were to approve the easement this week, everything would be contingent upon Natural Heritage approving their amendment to the primary area. And we're in communication with them. That process would likely take a couple months from what we've heard over some communication in the last couple of days. Happy to answer any questions about this one.
Yes, sir. Question regarding what exactly is Fairfield Drainage District 7? Is that an organization? Is it a public organization? Is it a nonprofit? Is it what is it?
I might defer to some of our Coastal Federation staff that are here today. Do y'all happen to know?
It is down in the eastern part of the state, and with several of your public laws that come back to NRCS or at the point in time, the Soil Conservation Service. There were several drainage districts set up throughout the Carolinas. And this particular one is basically from that area just south of the line south of Benefue.
Yeah, sure.
So this is our boundary, and it runs to the lake, but that is a quasi-government entity that is allowed to tax the property within the drainage district. Their charge is to pump and handle that water within their boundary.
Quasi public, is it? So it's not a nonprofit, I assume. Yeah,
that's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Okay.
And I assume if this is granted, I mean, if any damage caused to the roads or infrastructure or anything, would be their responsibility to repair it, so forth.
Correct. It would be the drainage district's responsibility to maintain that infrastructure, the canals, the dikes, long-term as well, keep those in good condition.
For the rest of the commissioners, I was on a call earlier this week with both Wes, who can't be here, and Kelly, who we brought in for some of her expertise. They are both generally in favor of this project as long as we maintain the ability to cut the pumps off if we see damage to our property or hydraulics will trespass to our neighbors.
That answers my next question, where the commissioner or Natural Heritage has right with. Does that require, can the commission do it on its own, or does it have, or it has to be unilateral between the two? Can we do it on our own without talking to Natural Heritage yet?
That was the gist.
Either one. It's not dependent on anybody saying there.
Make sure that
we can make that determination and do it.
Understood you right. We can cut them off when we want.
Sure, it wasn't dependent on somebody agreeing to it.
And they would have the same, National Heritage have the same ability, correct?
Yeah.
What is the track? That's not green to the right, where there are two impoundments where the arrows.
That's private property. I think those impoundments are actively managed. Exactly.
It is actually private property. That arrow is actually not an arrow. It's a drain plug. It's a canal plug to keep the water.
You have a name for that private property?
The intent is to shoot the water across the property to the intercoastal water.
To the northwest.
We were very clear in some of our planning meetings with Coastal Federation and with the engineering group that we already have some neighboring properties on the eastern side, specifically the southeast corner there, just above Boundary West Road. They do have some pooling water issues. We wanted to be sure this project didn't negatively impact that property in any way. And that was part of the reason for that small red circle that you see in that southeast corner, that culvert, is to try and alleviate and improve that situation there for that neighboring property owner.
Yeah, and how long is the temporary easement for?
So the construction, there's still, I'm working through final design phase. They anticipate that lasts to 9 to 12 months. That would include obtaining any of the permits needed for the project. Construction would last approximately 18 months following that.
So the reason I'm asking, just thinking like a lawyer, is that, if it takes them 10 years to build it, if it's temporary or contingent upon being built, it can take 10 years. If you keep it 18 months, it'll be just something about what you're looking.
This is under wild duck.
That's wild. Potential conflict and native recuse, that's what I was asking.
Mr. Ruffin, did you have a question?
Yeah, kind of feeding off of what Landon said, but I was thinking of earlier, are both of those easements the same? Or the area easements, or the defined easements? What's the nature of these easements exactly?
So the temp construction easement as well as the permanent easement to maintain that infrastructure. That is everything that you see outlined in red.
So it's got a legal description, definition of meets and bounds and all that sort of stuff that they just drive in anywhere they want to. And
Correct. The other portion of that permanent easement, the ability to drain across the property, that would be for the entire parcel, for the entirety. That's an area easement. Yep.
so they have to, when they bring their equipment in and out, they have to stay within those boundaries technically to get to their stuff, right? Yeah.
Within the bounds of that temp construction easement. And one thing to clarify, I don't know that I clearly explained this, but during routine pumping conditions, they anticipate all of the water staying in Burris Canal. And then when it reaches that east-west running dike, it will overtop a low water crossing essentially in that dike. And then that's where the majority of sheet flow will occur, north of that east-west running dike. During emergency conditions, there may be sheet flow south of that east-west running dike, which is part of the purpose in requesting an area easement for the entirety of the parcel.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Need a motion on this, please? So move. Second. Any further discussion? Favor? Opposed?
Do I need to officially abstain? Abstain, yes.
Okay, no. All right, before we go into closed session, I have two other pieces of business. First.
Yeah, I got one more item.
Oh. I keep rushing on. Thank you, Jim.
Our final property matter is a easement request on Mitchell River Game Land in Surrey County. This request is for an access easement across Mitchell River Game Land to the RPLS Family Farms LLC tract. This would provide access to the Shores property off of River Road. Purpose of this easement is primarily for forest management. The easement is for access only and will not include utilities. And just a point, or some history to give some context here. When we acquired this tract at Mitchell River Game Land, local county commissioner Eddie Harris was instrumental in helping the state acquire that piece of property. Mr. Harris's property is adjacent to this Shores property. His intent, there's an existing easement already that allows Mr. Harris to access his property. His intent was for that easement to also be usable and would be conveyable, I guess, to the Shores property. However, it's not. So this request would essentially memorialize that easement, or better terms, it's a new easement granted to the Shores property. But it will overlap exactly where Mr. Eddie Harris's easement is currently. Easement value would be determined by a state property office. Happy to answer any questions on that one.
We talked about this one before.
Not to my knowledge.
So that little line into the property square, that is the previous easement that was there.
Yes, sir. And so I asked this question of staff. We were trying to remember back whether we granted that easement to Mr. Eddie Harris or whether that easement was already in place when we purchased that property at Mitchell River, and we couldn't remember. So if we did grant it, I think it's been a while. That easement is currently in place.
Has he been using that easement continuously all this time?
Mr. Eddie Harris has, and he has an easement right too. Yeah, and it's a gravel road. It's a game land access road. It's one that we use for management there. So they're essentially just coming in and out to their property using that existing road.
Yeah, just comment, I think y'all are doing a great job with land acquisition with, acquiring and disposing of it. I think Mr. Harris, that's fantastic what he did. We're grateful for that. That was very, very helpful. However, just, doing what's in the best interest of the resource. I just hate giving away easements because, that land to the east, that red line, that's gonna be worthless. I just like to see at least lesser invasive one. Sounds like he's already got access. Again, grateful for all the help he's done. I just hate giving away easements. If this was a private property I owned, I wouldn't do it. But just understand where you are coming from here, but just my opinion.
It's not giving it away. It's state property office determines value.
give it away. Yeah, you're right, but it's usually, and the land usually needs, what, 10% or 50%, but the land will be, understood, but yeah, your point's.
He's already got a way in and out.
Yeah, well, the easement's already there. For this, they're just adding one more person to the easement. Is that right, Ben?
So that they, yes, sir, there's an existing easement allowing Mr. Harris to access the Harris property that's just to the east, of the Shores property. This request is to grant an easement that mirrors that existing one so that the Shores can access their property.
So the red line is these,
Correct.
and it's already a gravel road.
The one guy sitting right
We
here,
use it going in and out.
and this Harris does too. They're just gonna mirror that exact easement. So they're just adding one more person to who can use the easement that's already there, that's been approved, that we can't deny.
So it's not an easement for the general public into our hunting.
People with the right to use our game lands with the hunting license already have the right to use the road.
So if I come up there, I can drive down that road and go into the game.
Correct.
You have a hunting license.
I do.
So the way the state property office would evaluate this, it's like, what's the value of that property with no legal access compared to the value with this easement? And the easement is worth what the difference in those values is?
I don't think that's how it's.
You don't think they're gonna do it that way?
I don't think so, no.
That's typically how it's done.
Staff
For
have
access.
recommendation.
The difference of someone's land value property.
If you and you're requesting access across our property to your property, if your property is worth, just to use whole numbers, $100,000 without access, $200,000 with access, the value of that easement becomes $100,000.
And is the value of the easement typically same price as the land, like in that example, or is it a lot less usually?
It depends, it's an appraisal. It's what's called before and after.
Then I can go either way on this. Do y'all have an input you wanna have, staff? I could too.
So I think maybe to Commissioner Wyndham's point, public can already come in down that road, so why can't they come in through that road? And currently, they could, just as the public do. Primary purpose in their request was for forestry management, so that they can haul trees in and out. So
Does that not allow them to do that on the easement that's already there?
they currently don't have an easement. The adjacent Harris property has that easement right. This short,
Just adding that personal space.
Give them temporary easement, you get temporary.
And I'll comment that, in this instance, that's, was what the sheriff's done, that's fine, move forward, but you guys know, if they want every meeting now, we got people wanting easements and just, there's value to them, and it's just, if it was my land, I'd say no, but in this instance, all things considered, I'm willing to be for it, if that's what you recommend.
Why can't we just give them a temporary easement when they're cutting timber? Well, I'll make that a motion.
What does this allow this new guy to do?
ingress and egress to his property, as well as allow, will,
Single house, he's trying to build a house, is that what he's trying to do?
it's no resident currently on the track. Yeah, ingress and egress, and he would have the ability to haul timber out.
This sounds stupid, but if the road's already there and he puts a truck in there and a cutter, he can haul the damn timber out.
He's probably just trying to do it right instead of doing it. He can do this anyway, whether y'all like it or not, he can do this anyway. He's trying to ask permission to do something that he probably doesn't really need permission to do.
Forgiveness, not permission.
That's right. He's gonna cut that timber one way or another.
Make a motion, we grant temporary easement for timber purposes only.
Have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, any further discussion?
How do you define that temporary easement? Is it a time certain or is it just an activity certain?
Well, if he's carrying on lumber activities, I mean, it's.
So anytime he wants timber, he
Yeah,
can use
yeah,
it.
it's not make it permanent. He can use that road on temporary basis
I like that.
on when he's doing.
Yeah.
What?
It's being a good
Okay,
neighbor,
then.
giving your value.
I don't care if that's what you want. I'm just trying to move this along. We spend so much time on these, just driving me crazy. I'm just trying to move it
All right, the
along.
motion is for a temporary
Got a second, well,
discussion. Any further discussion?
Does that accomplish, do you think that accomplishes, or do you need to go back and?
I think it would depend on the terms of the temporary easement. Are we talking a period which would allow them to perform this upcoming timber harvest and then it's dissolved?
Well, my intent is to give him an easement to do forestry management.
Okay, so a restrictive easement. Yeah.
He's clearly got a right, an easement, like access to do that.
Okay.
However you want to call it.
Yeah.
Temporary, whatever. He has a right to use that road for timber management only.
We have a clarification motion, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion?
Is that you get it forever and ever? I mean,
Timber management.
As long as he's doing timber management.
Great grandchildren.
Yeah.
Yes, I was-
Okay, as long as we understand that.
Motion and second.
Yeah.
All in favor? Opposed? Now, thank you, Beth. Now we have two other issues before we go into closed section. First, I'd like to call on Brad Howard for a quick update on CWD.
In the easement, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This be rather quick. I think most everybody is aware that we did get a confirmed positive in Edgecombe County this year. And that one has come back from the National Vet Lab, and it is confirmed. It's double confirmed. It was right in right at the bottom corner with Martin and Pitt. I think that's what's there. We have 4 outstanding presumed positives right now, 2 in Yadkin and 2 in Cumberland. Both of those are right adjacent to, both of them actually came off of CWD map properties, so they're right where we expect to find it. We just didn't put a rush on those because we already knew it. We did ask them to expedite the one in Edgecombe because it was a new county in a new area. We won't be changing any rules this year because that's way too complicated midway through the deer season. And we're still discussing exactly what the action plan and the surveillance plan is going to look like in that area based on the rule changes that we've just recently passed relative to carcass disposal and transportation and those kind of things. So we do have the ability now that the director can put those rules in place through proclamation. So we're going to work on what our surveillance will be for next year for that new zone. And then we are ramping up some efforts, working with some processors in the area, working with some recruiting some taxidermists to try to get increased sample sizes this year. And but you know, if hunters ask, CWD's there. So
Mr. Chairman, I think you touched on this last time. Are we any closer to speeding up getting results back or any new testing facilities where we can?
We're working and testing this year a different testing procedure, which is called ELISA testing, which can be faster results. It's a change in how we collect the samples. It's not a big change for our processors and our taxidermists because they collect them that way. So we're testing this in a number of places this year to try to make sure it fits our protocol. It would still require double confirmation if we got a positive, but if we do get a not detected, it can come back faster. And we're seeing those results come back much faster than the other. And my thought process is next year we may transition to prioritizing ELISA testing in our hot zones, in our primary counties, where we know CWD is there. So these people are literally holding their meat, waiting to know whether they got a positive deer or not. So yes, that's a work in progress. No new news on other testing fronts. They're still doing a lot of research on some of the new testing procedures and stuff. But ELISA's been around for a while, and we are testing that, and it seems to be going well. It's a bit of a different process for us, but it seems to be working well, faster, much faster.
Any other questions for Brad? Thank you.
Sure enough, I'll give you a quick update. We're at 3,000 bears for the state, and about 125,000 in deer harvest. So we're on pace. We're a little bit low in the mountains on bears, and that's expected because we had a good mass crop. But coast is up like 5% or so.
Second order of business before we go into closed session. Like to call on Monty Current Finance Chair.
This morning in executive committee, we had a discussion about moving endowment funds from the equity to the STIF. It was fairly robust discussion, and we had initially decided to wait until February to read instant replay and further discussion. I had polled our finance committee, and looking at, known obligations of the endowment fund over the next 3 years. That obligation is $53,655,000. That includes, sets or hatchery, capital projects, other agency priorities, and debt service. Based on that, after holding the finance committee, it was determined to make a recommendation that we move $20 million from equities to the STIP, which is roughly 10%. And that would change our balance from equities to STIP from 85-15 to 65-35, 65 equities, 35 STIP. That was the recommendation. That's my recommendation as chairman of the finance committee, based on polling the finance committee members after our executive committee.
Need a motion?
Yes, sir.
Need a motion? And the motion is to move 20 million, is that correct?
Yes.
Second. Any further discussion? Don't move until after today because the market's up 1%. All in favor? Thank you. All right, now I need a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
I have a second. Thank you. Pursuant to NC General Statute 143-318.11, paragraph A, subsection 3, we're going to closed session to consult with agency counsel to preserve the attorney-client privilege on ongoing litigation. Any other further business? If not, adjourned.